has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road. The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your Everything job, will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the
Nigeria is the third most vulnerable country in cyber attacks in Africa.
Under political crisis, what's the way forward?
Of course, we'll also have Off the Press, where we look at headlines from our national dailies. Very good morning to you and welcome to The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rume Paulson. Good morning.
Today is November the 21st. Okay, if it were next month, we would have said 4 days to Christmas. But you know, we still have some time to prepare for that. But we do hope that we are going to finish this year very, very strong. Today is a wonderful day because you have woken up, and probably all your loved ones have woken up. And if you have any cause to complain, like we were saying yesterday, to be alive alone is a very great achievement. Every other thing is just added to you as a bonus. So be thankful for small messes that you have. So we'll go straight to the top trending issues. First of all, we'd like to sincerely apologize for beginning a little bit late. Do bear with us. The first top trending issue is the Japa syndrome. Special advisor to the president on public health matters, Salma Anas, has said that President Bola Tinubu is worried about the Japa syndrome inherited from previous administrations. Japa syndrome can be referred to as the recent high rate of immigration of Nigerian citizens to foreign countries in search of greener pastures. Anas, who represented Tinubu at the 2023 annual conference of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists, stated that her principal had promised to do everything within his capacity to reverse the ugly trend which he noted was inherited from his predecessors. Even Japa is inherited now. I don't seem to understand. Everything has to be inherited.
From the past administration.
So why can't they just draw a line and say, hey, a new sheriff is in town. I'm going to do everything within my power. And stop saying, Japa syndrome didn't start today. It will not end today.
Yeah.
What should be spoken of is how can we use this to our advantage? Because there are diaspora remittances that come to Nigeria. It gives us foreign exchange and all that. So there is a possibility that we can use it to our advantage.
Yeah.
Let people in power stop complaining. That's the basic thing.
Besides that, I think we can make Nigeria better so people don't have to run away all the time. Because sometimes people are actually, moving abroad with no means of income wherever they're going to. But they just feel there's a greener pasture over there. It's better for me to be there than be here, and I'm suffering, and we don't have like a good system of government. There is no healthcare, no infrastructure, no housing. There are a lot of things that needs to be put in place for people to say, oh, okay, you know what, I don't mind staying here. It's better for me to be here because I know I have certain things than for me to move abroad with I don't know what I'm even going to do. I don't know where I'm going to get my next meal from. But it's just, how it was like slavery. But then slavery, I think as at that time, they had to take you. But this is
by
like
force.
Yes,
this time
this one is voluntary.
You're offering yourself
exactly.
to be enslaved by the others.
Exactly.
So that, like I was saying, make it such that whenever a Nigerian is leaving, the Nigerian is living with pride, and the people there need him so much that he's not only transporting himself there, he's also transporting the pride of Nigeria to wherever they are.
And their services. So for instance, there are some countries that are, recruiting doctors and nurses and engineers and tech-savvy people. So you're going there because they need your service, not because your country isn't so great and you're like, I just need a means of livelihood.
And people who come to Nigeria, from other countries, and they will begin to wonder, okay, if people are making a living in Nigeria, they're coming from China and all that. Well, findings have shown that if there are 100 Chinese that are coming into Nigeria, maybe to construct a road or a bridge or something, maybe 5 of them or at most 10 of them will be free citizens, executives, people who really went to school. Some of them are serving prison sentences in Nigeria, like with hard labor. So not all of them are coming like, but we're rating them very high. We still call them master and all that. So they are making the money that we should be making, even the people who in their country cannot say anything.
Can we even talk about the hospitality industry? There are a lot of like Lebanese.
Same thing.
Yes, the hospitality industry, they're taking over. So we need to start putting, things in place. Let's make Nigeria good for
And
ourselves.
there's a conspiracy theory anyway, that these Chinese people especially are coming to Africa to populate Africa with their blood so to speak, because they come here, people who are not even supposed to travel out of their country, but they're coming here to serve that sentence that I was talking about, and then impregnating a lot of women. So that in the next 30 years, you will find out that maybe most of these African countries will have presidents or governors who are Chinese, you know, they are dual citizens. Before you know what is happening.
They probably have like the Chinese bloodline.
Okay, so, well, it's a conspiracy theory. Well, we do hope that African leaders can stand up and speak for themselves and stand up, beat their chest and say, hey, we are independent, so we are going to take our decisions on our own. And then maybe also think seriously about what Obasanjo said, that this democracy may not be working in Africa. We should make it African enough so that we will enjoy the democracy. Yes. You can't just take hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, we'll move over to the next top trending story. Justice Hakeem Oshodi of Lagos State High Court sitting in Ikeja has warned against dropping charms in his courtroom. Oshodi gave the warning after the commencement of the trial of 5 men charged with murder with the murder of Ifeanyi Etumuse on Monday, November 20, 2023, before adjourning the case till February 19, 2024 for the continuation of trial. He said, and I quote, "No one should leave charms in my courtroom. It should not be repeated. A talisman was found after the last adjourned date in the murder case. Do not leave your property here again. It does not work anymore." End of quote. Like I had to say this with a straight face.
Yeah. It's difficult to say it with a straight face. Yeah, charms are not working anymore, so stop living.
Don't leave your property in my courtroom.
Yeah, but maybe if some judges are afraid, nowadays it's lawful enough to pass judgment remotely. So if you're going to leave charms in the courtroom and the judge, for instance, is in America and passing judgment, how would that work? So what?
You move over the jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure charms, I think charms have passports. They need passports as well. You can't practice your witchcraft in America if you're here. You'll take permission. So maybe it will not, but like he said, it's not working anymore. Stop this.
Even if it's working, why do you want to do that?
Because you're guilty.
Charms.
I mean, how would you resort to using charms on a case that you know you are you are not guilty at all and you're using charms? It's a funny thing in this Nigeria. Okay, over 7 million naira for air fresheners. It's a question that every Lagosian and indeed every Nigerian is asking about how our people in power that we voted spend money. For instance, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has been criticized for approving 7.5 million naira to replace liquid fragrance in his office and 3 billion to purchase rechargeable fans for the office of his deputy, Obafemi Hamzat. Other contracts awarded by the state's Public Procurement Agency, PPA, in the second and third quarter of 2023 include approval of over 440 million naira for the purchase of a new Lexus LX 600 bulletproof sport utility vehicle for use in the pool of office of Chief of Staff. The office of the Chief of Staff also got 18.5 million naira for the supply and distribution of 2,000 Noila chickens across the local government areas and wards in the state. According to records, the government also approved 152 million naira for the restoration of the water supply at the Idugoro Palace, the official residence of the Oba of Lagos. Now, the document also revealed that the state will earmark 581 million naira to renovate St. Andrew's Anglican Church in the Okekpopo area of the state. In the same vein, the record showed that the office of the deputy governor was awarded 30 million naira for monthly outreach to indigent citizens by the wife of the deputy governor, while there was another 30 million naira budgeted for the empowerment program. And reacting to the outrageous contracts gulping public funds in the document, the 2023 governorship candidate of the Action Democratic Congress, ADC, in Lagos, Funsho Doherty, said he had written an open letter to the governor, Sanwo-Olu, to review some of the projects. Meanwhile, The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, has denied reports that his office got 2 billion naira to purchase rechargeable fans, rechargeable lights and fridges. Hamzat, in a memo addressed to the Director General of the Public Procurement Agency, said the approval of the project was 2 million naira. He also claimed that his wife got 2.5 million naira each for her monthly outreach to indigent and empowerment programs, as against the 30 million naira captured by the agency. And the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy Hamzat have come under fire because of all that. Okay, so it's this is the
I'm
money.
just seeing numbers flying all around. 152, 581, 30. What?
And billions. I just wonder how many rechargeable fans, how many perfumes, chicken for empowerment of people. How do you empower people with chickens that will eat for one day and all that? Is that an empowerment? First of all, apart from the fact that the money is outrageous, and it points to the fact that they need subheads. That's what a lot of people will be saying, that they need probably subheads that will give them the opportunity to settle the boys, because you cannot write in paper settling of the boys to 2 million naira and all that, and it has to be done. This is Lagos. But if they are doing that, another thing that worries me is the office of the First Lady, or Second Lady, or Third Lady, as the case may be. Yes, because this thing is not constitutional. It's illegal. You're somebody's wife. Yes, good. People can lobby through you on a personal note, because, you know, women rule the world, whether we like it or not. Yes, because what one teardrop will achieve, wars cannot achieve. I know that for sure. So that aside, now, the office of the First Lady is unconstitutional. So what happens to the ministries that are supposed to take charge of this kind of empowerment, of welfare of the people and all that? Why are funds allocated to an office that should not exist? And everybody is keeping quiet. The office of the First Lady of the Federation was given a humongous budget, and the office is illegal. So why not?
Why do you even allocate money to that in the first place?
You shouldn't, because it's not legal. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing per se, because maybe it works for us. But if it works, let's make it legal. Just make it legal. Put it in the Constitution. Yes, so that we know that when we are budgeting this XYZ, it is going to this lady, the office of the First Lady, and that ministry, if it is existing, maybe humanitarian affairs, should be scrapped, so that we don't have to pay double for things that we could have done.
Can we talk about the 152 million for restoration of water supply
to the Oba's Palace?
I'm wondering, what kind of borehole are they digging? Is it connected to the Atlantic Ocean? I'm confused.
What about the restoration of a church?
Yes, renovating 581 million naira.
Where is that coming from? Is that from the...
Are you building a new church?
Why should the government even renovate the church?
I can understand if you want to do like CSR, right? You know, say, okay, we're taking on a project and, you know, pumping money into this. But I think we should be able to cut down our budget. You don't have a lot of money.
Subheads.
You don't have a lot of money, yet you want to spend lavishly.
Subheads.
In Nigeria, that everybody is suffering. The economic realities of Nigeria is ridiculous. People cannot find food to eat, and you're spending 581 million naira to renovate a church.
At least we'll see.
152 million naira.
We'll see the church. You will need to go to the deputy governor's office to go and smell the fragrance. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's happening everywhere. In national budget, you find them still buying spoons every year. In the budget, they'll buy spoons for Asu Rock. They'll buy.
And I think the prices are exorbitant. They hike the prices so much. I understand that. Okay, you have to settle this one, pay this one, the contractor too, whoever is bringing
subheads, as I said. Let's take the.
Okay, let's move over to the next one. Ogege Kemel Layefa, candidate of the Action People's Party APP in the November 11 governorship election in Bayelsa State, has said that she is proud of the number of votes she got. Out of the 300,072 votes cast in the election, which incumbent Governor Doye Diri won, Ogege got only 14 votes. Commenting on the election during an interview with Premium Times, the APP candidate said, "I am not satisfied with the results. There were high rates of vote buying, rigging, and results manipulation. There were so many things wrong with the process. But for my 14 votes, I am very proud of them. You know why? I never paid a dime for those votes. I didn't give anybody a dime to vote for me. These 14 people trust my vision for Bayelsa State."
I just love that.
Be proud. I'm
just
proud of you,
love
bro.
that. I hope we'll get to a point where real winners can also say, you know, between them and their God, that I didn't pay a dime
Yes.
for this vote.
Your
that I was
conscience
given.
is clean.
Yes, because they can come out and say, INEC, you did very well. We didn't buy any vote, but they can't say the same thing to God. But I hope there will be a time where they can tell us they didn't buy votes, and they can also swear to God that they didn't buy votes.
I highly doubt our Nigerian politicians can do that.
Well, maybe there will be somebody that will come up. You know,
One day.
There was
We're
this
hoping.
time in 1993 when Abiola contested. There was option A4. It took Nigeria by storm, and nobody expected that kind of innovation at that time. Open, closed ballot. People will stand in a line and all that. So you couldn't rig. You couldn't possibly rig. So yes, Nigerians will always go to court, but it was very glaring that
It
Abiola
was a
won the
free and
election.
fair
It was
election.
very free and fair and all that. There could be somebody willing to do the right thing. But this story about charms in the court also tells you that a lot of these people face a lot of things, physical and spiritual, that may make them do what they do. But that's not an excuse.
But we need to understand that election is not do or die. The fact that you don't win doesn't mean that, you know, you are not capable. Just take it and leave. Like, if someone trusts your vision, fine, and they say we want you as our governor or our president or our representative, that's fine. But don't think you have to buy votes, rig, bring charms, fight people spiritually, physically, assault people just because you want to win an election. That means you're not giving democracy to the people. You're forcing yourself
That
on
means
the
it's
people.
not even democracy.
Yeah.
Because if the people don't have a say, it's not democracy. No
Yes.
matter who is there, you
You're an autocrat.
don't just, because you're a civilian, you call it democracy. I don't. It doesn't matter who is in power, whether it's a king that doesn't step down or it's a military man. So long as the people have a say, for me, it's democracy. It's about the people.
Yes.
So if the people can walk into, let's say, a military junta's office and say, this is what we demand for, and they are listened to, that's democracy.
Yes.
Not because you are wearing agbada and then you dictate to everybody and they do your bidding, otherwise you flush them out and you call it a democracy. It's not about that at all. So, well, but the two things that I think make them do this is, first of all, our constitution is fashioned in such a way that the winner takes all. Nothing is left for whoever loses or is next best in line. And then the second thing is that our election process is too expensive. So you find out that you're spending
Money to buy
millions,
tickets.
even to buy the ticket alone. You spend so much money. Some people borrow a lot from banks, from friends and relatives and all that. And so you want a situation where at all costs, you're going to win and recoup your money. And that, if you win, instead of governance, you'll be looking at gaining back your money.
Return on investment.
Yes, and then getting an interest for whatever you have spent. So they want to cling to power. And then when they get there, they find out that you cannot do it clean, in a clean way. You have to cut corners. And when you cut corners and you know that you have immunity, when you retire or when you are out of office, you have to find a way to have a partial immunity. So you want to stay in power to become somebody at the center, either as a senator, a House of Reps member, or a minister, or a godfather. Well, Nigeria will grow one day.
Amen to that.
Okay, let's take a short break and return with Off the Press. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. it is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're welcome back. It's good to know that you're still there and watching the breakfast on PlusTvAfrica. It's time now to look at the headlines on the front pages of some of our national dailies. We're going to begin with Punch, but first of all, we're being joined by Mr. Chris Kende Nwandu, a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK. He's talking to us from Lagos here. Good morning and welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning.
Okay, interesting headlines on the papers now. We're starting with the Punch newspaper, which leads with Reps probe 447 billion COVID-19 spending, summon 83 MDAs. Your thoughts on that?
Well, we've always knew that there was so much discrepancies during the COVID period, and a lot of us raised some eyebrow on the huge money that were projected for COVID at that period, but nobody was ready to listen. More so when you see a lot of people dying from allegedly COVID-related issues, billions and billions of naira were projected for, and even private sector was involved. And so if at this time that I feel that some of those money raised were misused, I won't be surprised. That is where we grow. That is Nigeria for you. People will always take opportunity of issues and like this. And we also remember that not only that, that is even for me, it's a small fry compared to the rot and the what I would call the level of high level corruption that happened within the Ministry of Material Affairs, which I think we need to grow. That very ministry and that the former administration need to grow. Trillions and trillions of naira were budgeted for that ministry, and then a lot of so-called distribution of funds, feeding of school children at home during COVID, and a lot of so. But this is just a step. But my problem is that we've seen so many of this happen in the past, and what came out of it? Nothing came out of it, and it was swept under the carpet. We've seen the probe of the NDDC. We've seen so many other power sectors, so many other sectors, and at the end of it all, nothing came out of it. So I'm not just optimistic about that. And let's see how this rolls.
Okay, COVID, a lot of people said was a fraud. Maybe COVID entered Nigeria, but the numbers that we were hearing were outrageous. I know of a neighbor who had a fracture, and the report carried that he had COVID. I don't know how a fracture and COVID were related. We saw things like that, and it was very outrageous and funny. But this next headline, presidency fumes, tackles Obasanjo over democracy comment. You remember that the former President Olusegun Obasanjo said that the democracy we copied, hook, line, and sinker, is not working in Africa, and possibly we should look inwards and fashion a democracy that is African. Now the presidency is not happy with that.
At times you just laugh over some of our so-called spokesmen of government, and you just try to ask yourself whether these people are I don't want to use words that just be a bit looked harsh, but I will use the word whether they're educated, or learned. Anyway, in law, we are learned, so I wouldn't use the word learned, because if you do read law, you are not seem to be learned. But I just laugh over some of it. Is it every comment or any statement made by individual that the so-called presidential spokesperson will react to? And I'm talking about in the person of Mr. Bayon. And I feel appalled. This is a well-nurtured journalist, a veteran for that matter. But at times, some of the utterances he makes, at times you start questioning his pedigree as a journalist. The former president made a statement, and it was a blanket statement. He wasn't talking about Nigeria, just Nigeria. He's talking about Africa, and there's a need for us to have a homegrown democracy in Africa. Now, we don't need to be copying what is happening, what America is doing, what United Kingdom and the other countries are doing, because that is peculiar to them. That Africans should fashion a democracy that will be. Listen, let me give you a classical example. One of the freest elections we had in Nigeria is what is called the option A4. I'm sure you must have heard about it. The option A4, that was the one that was used during the 1993. Yes, election that brought about Abiola. And you saw what happened, where people were asked to queue behind their candidates. You just line up and they count you. That was option A4. There and there you get the result. You don't need to be doing the normal, let me go and complete them, they are going to steal my ballot paper and rest of it. And that election came out well. Why don't you develop that to a larger extension that can be able to give us a much more proactive and more better? So that was what the former president. And how can you fault? How can Bayo Ononuga fault a president, a three-time president of Nigeria, former military president, head of state, two-time civilian president of Nigeria? He knows it all. He has seen it all. So if he, who is also a beneficiary of the so-called Western democracy, is still telling us now that this is the way to go, and Africans should start. And that is it. That is the reason is that most of the things that happen in Africa doesn't happen in other parts of the world. Yeah. Maybe we cannot use what happened in Liberia just as an example. Yes, the president, the current president, came out to congratulate the winner, and that was a bet. That is novel in Nigeria, in Africa. It doesn't happen in Africa. We have sit-tight head of state president. We have people that will stay years. They want to change the constitution to be able to favor them, and the rest of them, and at the end of it, they say that practicing in democracy, not in the true sense of it. So I saw reason in what former President Olusegun Obasanjo said. So I think we should stop using that word, presidency react. I think we should journalists, we should start equating it. I'm a journalist of over 2 decades standing. So I think we should start equating some of these statements to individuals rather than just using a blanket, presidency. It was by Ononuga. He will be said to be the spokesperson of the president. But I don't see he covers himself in what he just said. He had no reason to react the way he reacted, because the president wasn't even talking about Nigeria only. He was talking about Africa as a nation, and being a statesman in Africa who has seen it all. I totally agree with you.
Okay, let's just take another headline before we move to the next paper. There are so many headlines here, but if we have the time, we could return to the Punch again. But now, finally, on the Punch newspaper, we have Obaseki's deputy joins governorship race, plans campaign. You know how the back and forth has been. Apologies have been tendered by Shoaibu and all that. He was not going to do. He's sorry for whatever, for even thinking about contesting this governorship. But now, according to how some headlines carry it, he dares the governor, and he is going to contest the next governorship election. What are your thoughts?
The question we should ask ourselves: does he have the right to contest? It is an inalienable right to contest. He's a Nigerian. He's from Edo State. There are certain guidelines they are enshrined in the Constitution on who qualifies to contest for governorship election in Nigeria and vis-a-vis Edo State. So if he meets that criteria, all well and good, he has the right to contest. So whether his principal approve it or not, or principal approve it or not, it is neither here nor there. It's just political, and the governor has a right not to support him and support whoever he wants to support. So I still nothing wrong with it. He said he started early and he didn't consult him in the past, and he was also saying that he going into the that's I'm putting the governor now, Obaseki. It's more of a distraction to his government, and he doesn't say any reason why the deputy governor should come out at that time to say that. You know that deputy governor quickly ran to the court trying to stop his impeachment by the State House of Assembly. According to him, that was being engineered by the governor. But at the end of it, Governor Obaseki said he had no hand. Anyway, added to that was that he was pushed out of. He was pushed out and sacked from the government house in Edo, and they went to get an obscure office for him outside government house, where they operating. And later on, we saw what happened in the church, shaking or not shaking, being prevented from meeting the governor. At the end of it, the deputy governor came out to apologize, and I thought that was enough. But as I said earlier on, it is his right to contest for the governorship. Things that he wants to, and nobody should stop that. It is now left for the people of Edo State to decide whether he is the person that they want or another person. But the only question we can ask ourselves now: under what platform is he going to contest? Is he under the same PDP? From what we read this morning, that's still in disarray in Edo State, or is he going to go to another political party? Because definitely, from all things, it's obvious that his principal is not supporting it.
Okay, let's move over to the next paper. We have The Nation, and the headline here says, Tinubu to Siemens, speed up investment in power and rail. The writer here says, President woos Germany with safety of funds, economic reforms, educated workforce, and others. So we know that President Tinubu was at the G20 conference, and obviously he's been trying to woo investors to come into Nigeria, and our power system isn't the best, so it's speaking to Siemens to basically speed up investment in power and rail. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, this same Siemens, we've heard of Siemens several times. I'm sure you've heard of Siemens.
Yes.
This was the same Siemens that former chief of staff to former president Abakari visited Germany and tried to get Nigerian delegation to see a way of getting them to step into the Nigerian power sector. And at the end of it, so I think it was there that said he contracted COVID, came back, and he died in that process. And I think that was the end of that story. Siemens, but if Siemens will be interested in investing in the Nigerian power sector, oh well and good. Don't forget that we've also made attempts with Aaron. Aaron used to be, I think he used to be, I think before he went to one of the biggest power company in the United States, and we thought that would be involved. They don't know what went from. So we're going to get it right this time. They're all and good, but the problem remains that we have a very fundamental issue in our power sector. One is the power sector is divided into two. That's generation and there's transmission. Yes, we are generating about close to about 7,000, 6,000 megawatts, but we can only transmit about 5,000. Because that is what the transmission lines can take. So even if we generate about 10,000, we cannot go beyond what we can transmit. So there is a lot of expansion that is needed in our transmission end to be able to meet our demands. And come to think of it, a country like South Africa that's almost half or one-third the size of Nigeria is transmitting an average of close to about 40,000 megawatts daily. And even that is not enough for them. Then you can think of Nigeria close to our latest population figure of about 220 to 230 million, struggling with 4,000 megawatts. And even at that, they've got to be able to. So if Siemens want to come in, then I think that should be looked into domestically. But some of us have said that the greatest problem we had and the mistake we made was when we privatized the power sector and sold most of these gencos and discos to people that know next to nothing about power and power generation and distribution and the business of power. People are just think that they have money to just come and invest, but they don't have the technical know-how. And that is where we are. We are still where we are. And I hope I'll be able to, the last administration promised to pump in 10,000 megawatts every year into the system. So if they were leaving, they would have hit about 80,000, but nothing. They even left it to worse than they made it.
Okay, so let's just move away from the power sector, because you also spoke about economic reforms, educated workforce. How do we even go about that? And if we're talking about economic reforms, we need people to come and invest in Nigeria. However, the import duty fees have been increased. So how do we even woo these investors to come in to actually help us?
For investors to come in, you have to make investment attractive to them.
Yes.
It has to be attractive, and that is very key. Now you see how our our naira is sliding to the dollar. You're seeing those that are even invested, people like in the airline sector. Most airlines that have their investment in coming to Nigeria to pick passengers back to their countries cannot remit their money back to their country, and that became a problem. That is why you see airlines like Emirates and the rest of them are no longer flying to Nigeria. So when you are inviting people to come and invest in this country, are you also making the environment friendly for them to be able to invest? That is the second part. There also the problem, we just talk about power. How will a company come and invest in Nigeria when it is going to run his business 24 hours on diesel and petroleum? You know how much diesel it is now. Even those running in Nigeria, companies running are dying, and just the SME have practically collapsed. They can't make. Then the fourth one, the issue of security. No individual or organization will want to invest in a country where there is a high level of insecurity, where they don't know what will happen to their personnel, whether they'll be kidnapped, whether they'll be killed by insurgents, by unknown government, and the rest of them. So those are the issues I think we need to do. Yes, in as much as the president needs to go around and seek foreign investment. Buhari did it when he initially became president. Olusegun Obasanjo did the same when he became president. But the fact is that investors can only invest in an environment that is economic friendly enough, where people believe that their ROI, return on investment, will be high. Then the level of insecurity also make sure that their staff, when they come here, will be secured. Anything short of that, then we are just blinking in the dark. As they say in my local parlance, it's like blinking to a beautiful woman in the dark. It's only you that know what you're doing. She doesn't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let's move on to another one. So here on The Nation as well, we have presidency tackles Tinubu over claim on court verdict. So this is coming from the former Vice President Abubakar Atiku, talking about Tinubu wanting to foster Nigeria into a one-party state. And the presidency has actually said that the allegations are deliberately aimed at unnecessarily heating up the polity and causing public disenchantment.
Presidency again.
Yes, presidency again.
Thank you, my brother. You took it off my thank you, my brother. I took it off my lips. Presidency again. You know, somebody was asked. You remember what happened that when somebody was asked, "Who is presidency?"
Yes.
Yes. Who is presidency? I think it was the former SGF or so.
Yes.
That asked, who is president? So you ask yourself, who is presidency? But coming from what article is talking about, well, I would going to say is the president. I think the problem basically lies with INEC and also the judiciary. I've come to say that what we're practicing now is what I call judicracy. not democracy, judicracy. That is a word coined by me. Judicracy is the fact that, yes, because democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But what we are seeing now is a government of the people enforced and imposed on Nigerians by judiciary. So that in itself removes the power of electing our leaders by the electorate. A situation where you just see that 1 million people elect an individual, just go to court and somebody say, just one man will sit in the court and know that election and now impose someone else. And that becomes a problem for me. So that is why I say what we are running now is judicracy, not democracy. Then you also put, maybe what article was saying, based on the judgment that are coming within the past, just within 1 week, we had 3 governors of the opposition party were removed, as it were. The governor, NNPP governor of Kano, whose election was annulled by the Court of Appeal, the governor of Zamfara State, who's where the Court of Appeal called for a rerun in 3 local governments, and also the governor of Plateau State, who is also PDP, and that the Court of Appeal annulled. But yes, I believe that the judiciary are getting so much in times in our electoral system, which is not good enough. But the question you also ask yourself, just that the Chinua Achebe said in his book, Things Fall Apart, that while we drive away the hawk that came for the chicken, let us also ask the mother chicken why he was able to bring out his kids in an arena where the hawk can see them. If INEC has done his job effectively as it ought to, probably wouldn't have been seen this high level of litigation. And I said it that the 2023 election remains one of the worst in the history of Nigeria, maybe compared to one that Iwu conducted in those days. I hope you remember Professor Iwu, the election he conducted. Terrible. That was so controversial.
Terrible.
Yes, that is that for me. So, but I won't totally agree with it, because if you also say that is the president, don't forget that also PDP got a favorable judgment in Nasarawa State, where an incumbent governor of APC is also struggling to keep the seat. The last time the judgment was given, it was given in favor of the PDP candidate in Nasarawa State. So that is what it is. But the fact remains that the judiciary is getting too much, and they don't get to a point where Nigerians have to lose hope in the judiciary, because the way things are going, everybody seems to be losing hope in the judiciary with their contradictory verdict.
Okay, the Daily Trust newspaper has a very interesting headline. Almost every newspaper has it anyway. About the Lagos State government. Sanwo-Olu under fire over 118 million naira vegetables, Tinubu's portrait. We've seen situations where, or we've seen reports that that budget that was made, we had even for the office of the deputy governor, 7-point-something billion naira being budgeted for a lot of money. Let me just say a lot of money. The numbers are too much in my head now.
152 million.
Yeah, billions budgeted for fragrance and rechargeable funds and so many other things. And then the office of the First Lady also had a big chunk of money to go about giving aid or empowerment to vulnerable people in the community and all that. And the people are very, very angry about it. Why do you budget this kind of a thing for things that we know that are not as important as they should be? And why that kind of a humongous amount for every individual item? Fragrance and rechargeable fan, 2 billion or something? I don't know. So this headline says 118 million naira for vegetables and the portrait of the president. So I don't know if the portrait will be breathing. The portrait might be breathing.
They put life in the nostrils.
Are you surprised? Is it not in this country that a snake swallowed millions and millions of naira?
And the monkey as well.
And the monkey. And the monkey as well. So what is surprising? It's nothing to surprise you. I've always said it, like Nigeria is like Charlie Boy show. You know Charlie Boy, if you watch Charlie Boy show, on Charlie Boy show, anything can happen. So Nigeria is more like Charlie Boy show. So what is coming out is not surprising. Is it not the same country that some your legislators, pardon me for the use of the word your legislators, because they are mine too. I came out to say that the reason why they are buying 160 million naira worth of Jeep is because of bad road. As if the bad road was caused by you and I, as if we were the cause. So what is coming out from Lagos State government, what we have seen is appalling and is not good enough. Funny enough, the deputy governor came out yesterday to say that instead of the 2 billion naira and whatever that was apportioned to him, said that apportioned to that, it was only 2 million naira that they budgeted for him. And so you now ask yourself, so where did the 2 billion go to? Is it that some people budgeted that 2 billion and took it away and just gave the deputy governor 2 million, or was there a mistake? So there are a lot of things coming up, and we expect the governor have not reacted to some of these issues, but it is quite unfortunate when you see them buying fragrance for. But ask yourself, why is it different from what we are seeing in Nasoro at federal level too? Where billions and billions naira was budgeted for the office of the wife of the president that is not captured in the constitution. There is nothing like office of the wife of the president in the Nigerian constitution, and we are budgeting billions and billions of naira. Is it not the same country that we decide to buy I will say import a presidential yacht, and it's already in the country, and we've not paid for it, and we are looking for ways of paying for it. Now the Navy is saying, no, it's no longer presidential yacht, it's for Navy, and you ask yourself, what is the Navy doing with a luxurious yacht of that nature? So, but in this country, anything goes, and that is how we roll. But I hope the governor of Lagos State will come out fully to be able to explain how this happened, and explain to the good people of Lagos. Because for those of us in Lagos, we feel we're overtaxed. We are feeling overtaxed. Everywhere we move like this, last time we clamp you down for the 50,000. We will go the other way, BI will disturb you. In your house, they'll be disturbing you for disposal of it has been asking for money. The roads, even the roads that are lead to your street, it's not the power. Not so. It is Lagos because it's becoming a very, very difficult place to live in, and so you don't blame so many Nigerians who are trying doing Japan these days, because life in itself in Nigeria is becoming as difficult as possible. Even those that you believe that are earning enough, the banks and other sectors, all of them are running away. Even within your own, even within our own establishment in the media, you can count your fingers how many of our colleagues have jumped the pen and run away. Lawyers are doing the same everywhere. Everybody is. If you look on a daily basis and see the number of people that get this thing, you'll be shocked.
Okay, Chris. This is where we will draw the curtain on this segment on the show, and it's been wonderful having you on the show as usual, and would like to thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be looking at some hot topics. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
My name is Olamide Onifade. I am a real estate lawyer, and today I'm going to be giving you a tip about buying a property, and it's going to be centered on location, location, location. Buying a property is a massive commitment, and it's important that you consider some key factors to ensure you are getting your money's worth. fundamental on your checklist should be the location of your property. It is the biggest influence on your quality of life, job opportunities, ease of travel, and the value of your property. While a good location might be influenced by your personal preferences and lifestyle, there are some objective qualities every good location should possess. First on the list should be accessibility when considering a good location. That is, how close is the property to good transport facilities, your daily commute to work, and your children's school if you have children who are of school age. Second on the list is the availability of local amenities. This includes a good local hospital, shops, grocery stores, electricity, and maybe internet services. And third should be the appearance of your neighborhood. You should watch out for the environmental conditions of the neighborhood. Sanitation and maintenance culture of the inhabitants is also very important. This will give you an insight to who your neighbors are going to be. It is important that the crime rate of the neighborhood is also thoroughly researched. Qualities of a bad location can be when there are too many houses on sale, closeness to busy highways, airports, and train tracks. It is also advisable that you avoid locations that lean towards industrial use, such as petrol stations, religious houses, and industrial plants. Remember that you can change your house, but you can't change your neighborhood.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, Think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
Tell your body.
My name is Olamide Onifade. I am a real estate lawyer, and today I'm going to be giving you a tip about buying a property, and it's going to be centered on location, location, location. Buying a property is a massive commitment, and it's important that you consider some key factors to ensure you are getting your money's worth. Fundamental on your checklist should be the location of your property. It is the
Hello, thank you for staying with us on The Breakfast. You're still watching Breakfast on PlusTvAfrica. And now we move over to our first hot topic. We'll be talking about the Ondo political crisis. And I have with me today Mr. Olufemi Lawson. He is the Executive Director for the Center of Public Accountability. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. So there's been a lot of brouhaha, if I can say that, in Ondo State. What can you tell us, like update on what's going on right now?
Well, what is happening in Ondo State is basically, built around the fact that for over 6 months, the state has been without a governor, and except for less than 3 months, it had an acting governor, who, of course, was the deputy governor who was given power for a very short period of less than 3 months between June and September. And as we speak, Ondo State is without a governor. The acting capacity, which was handed over to the deputy, was withdrawn somehow in a dramatic manner on September 7, when the governor was shipped in back to Nigeria. And since that September 7, that the governor purportedly claimed to have resumed, having been overseas for medical treatment for over 3 months, the governor is nowhere to be found. As we speak, not for a minute has Governor Aguero been able to speak to the people of Ondo State for about 6 months now. And unfortunately, governance is on hold in Ondo State, and a very few people in Ondo State have held the governor hostage away from the people who elected him, who are paying his bills, who are paying the bills of his family till this morning as we speak.
So you have a diaspora governor, as it were, because is he in Ondo State, by the way?
The truth is that nobody can actually tell where Governor Akeredolu is, apart from the moment that he appeared in Ibadan, far away in Ibadan, where he claimed to have returned from medical trip during a visit by some members of his cabinet. And of course, sometimes recently when his colleagues from the Southwest visited him. And for everyone who saw the visuals of that visit, no audio, nothing was said to have been said by Governor Akeredolu, or even the visiting friends. So for now, it is practically even impossible to say that conversation or that meeting held in Ibadan. So there was no audio attached to
or even a date and time to ascertain if it's recent.
The event. So as we speak, the people of Ondo State do not know where their governor is. And it has been assumed that he's been aired somewhere by this group of people who have access to him within his family and his cabinet.
So who's running Ondo State right now?
Ondo State currently is in the hand of people who are not elected to govern Ondo State. As I speak with you, if you look at people who come to defend this government, who execute spendings, who execute projects in Ondo State, there are people who are neither elected by the people of Ondo State or have legitimate authority to do so. People like his special assistant on special duty, who was ordinarily in charge of motor parks and motorcycles in the state. People like his son, who he appointed as a director in one of the borough unknown to the law. And of course, some others, just in-house aides, who are, only yesterday there was a revelation that over 7.8 billion has been spent in Ondo State without appropriation by the House of Assembly by these few people who are running the affairs of the state illegally.
So what is the House of Assembly doing? We hear of fights in House. You know, they want to impeach the
deputy governor.
The deputy governor. They want to impeach everybody that is loyal to anybody else apart from the governor who is not seen.
That's one of the most unfortunate, aspect of this crisis. The Assembly, which ordinarily should come in at this time to stabilize the polity, has become so incompetent. It has lost focus. This Assembly was inaugurated in June, if you recall, to serve the tenure from 2023 to 2027. But since this Assembly came on board, I can categorically tell you that the only thing that this Assembly has been seen to have done since June, even while the executive seems to be on holiday, is the fact that it has preoccupied itself with buying vehicles for its members. Then the second major project has been how to impeach the deputy governor and bring a protege of the governor to come and become the deputy governor. The Ondo State House Assembly since June 2023 that it was inaugurated till now has not made any policy or legislation that has to do with governance and the welfare of the people of Ondo State, which is supposed to be their priority. As we speak, the House of Assembly has turned itself to a tool in the hand of those very few people who are trying to destabilize the state because of the politics of 2024 and desperation to replace the deputy governor and put somebody there who can be acting, since they know that the governor is practically incapacitated and it's not coming anytime soon.
Okay, so talking about the impeachment of the supposed impeachment of the deputy governor, this seemed like a recurring theme because, I mean, in his last administration, the other deputy governor was also impeached as well, and this is the second one. So now, could it be his leadership style, or what's the issue? Why is there the impeachment of his deputies? Because if this is successful, that means he's going to have 3 deputy governors in an 8-year term.
Very unfortunate. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to remove his first deputy governor because of the court processes and the fact that the processes undertaken by the House of Assembly then, were deemed to be illegal, nullified by the court, and of course the man said this tenure. He is on the same route now, and I can tell you what is happening on those state. It's a bit different from what happened during the first tenure of Governor Akeredolu. Governor Akeredolu was practically available during his first term, and you could see the friction between Governor Akeredolu and his then deputy Agbola Ajayi. It got to a stage that they have to altercate, they have to be public disagreement. But in the case of Lucky that you are the incumbent deputy governor of Ondo State, there has been no noticeable disagreement between the governor and his deputy. In actual fact, there have been references to how, on a number of occasions, Governor Akeredolu has referred to his deputy as being loyal, as somebody who could, of course, push on the government for wherever it stops and the likes. But what is happening is a situation whereby a very few people somewhere have taken advantage of the governor's ill health and are acting in the capacity of the governor illegally and manipulating the process, including the decision to get the deputy governor impeached. If Governor Akeredolu were to be here today and is healthy enough to address the people of Ondo State, you will come to realize that he has not been part of this charade going on in Ondo State.
So you're exonerating him that he
I want to exonerate him because the governor is practically incapacitated. And I would not think Governor Akeredolu, with the current state of health, would be interested in getting his deputy, who ordinarily should be standing in for him, out at this time.
Yeah, but what is the deputy governor himself doing? Because this is something that can be addressed legally.
Yes.
He has the right to step into this. We remember what happened to President Yaradua and
yes.
Jonathan and all that, back and forth. But Jonathan was able to get into that position. So what is he as a person doing?
Jonathan didn't just get into that position, and that is where we are today in Ondo State. As I speak with you today, the people of Ondo State have already initiated moves to demand from the House of Assembly for the implementation of the doctrine of necessity. Jonathan didn't just assume position. It was as a clarion call from Nigerians, demand from Nigeria. In fact, protest led by the same Nigerian group, if you remember, that led the National Assembly into invoking that doctrine of necessity. That is where we are in Ondo State today. The deputy governor does not have any power to make himself the acting governor. The Assembly must invoke that doctrine of necessity, and as I speak to you, mobilizations are on across the state. The people are now demanding that Assembly should leave politics and bring back governance into Ondo State. And the only way you can do that is that Ondo State must have somebody who will lead now. And there must be an acting governor at least.
Yes.
And that is why we are demanding that immediately without further delay, the doctrine of the necessity must be invoked in Ondo State, and Mr. Loki Aiyedatiwa is empowered to resume as the acting governor of Ondo State.
So how do you intend to achieve that?
Yeah.
Well, of course, through every legitimate means, we will continue to occupy the House of Assembly. We will continue to demand from the House of Assembly to leave politics and face governance. And the only way we can achieve that is to ensure that these are our representatives. And people are coming from all the local government to make this demand. And Ondo State people deserve leadership.
Yes.
And we'll do that through every legitimate means.
Well, it just gives us goosebumps, you know.
Quite unfortunate.
We saw Akeredolu, especially in the last the days leading to the last primaries, the last election, and all that. He was very, very outspoken, especially when it came to bringing the presidency to the south. Akeredolu was one of those governors that never hid his feelings and all that, and this happened is so unfortunate. So, so far, how far? How have you gone in this pursuit of this doctrine of necessity? Have you just started, or if you didn't just start, what have you achieved so far, and how does it look like?
We have in the last couple of months demanded that the governor resume office or resign, because you can't just leave the state without leadership. So the doctrine of necessity advocacy is not the first step we are taking as people of Ondo State.
But
we are taking series of steps.
The constitution didn't say you must be in Ondo, to be fair.
You must be in Ondo to be governor.
When to superintend over there.
No, you are elected as the governor of Ondo State. Yes. Ondo State is a geographical definition. Ondo State is not in. Yes, you must be in Ondo State to be governor of Ondo State. You understand? It may not have been dictated in letters, but that is why you cannot sit in Ibadan and contest election to be governor of Ondo State. You would have been in Ondo State because it is defined 36 states. So you can't be governor of Ondo State from Zamfara or from Lagos. You have to be governor of Ondo State. And even if the governor is in Ibadan, as they are claiming, where is the governor in Ibadan? Of course, the governor is not a ghost. Even if he's in Abuja, it should be visible. So what we are saying is that the governor is incapacitated. And that's why they keep hiding him away from the people of Ondo State. And that's why there must be an acting governor who the assembly must empower to take over from this governor who seems to be incapacitated as we speak.
Who is the closest person to the governor that you have seen? His wife? His whatever?
Any relative?
His family, of course. His son was appointed to head one of the bureau that is practically running government in Ondo State. The wife is all over the place, creating series of controversies politically, and a lot of his aides, you understand, you could see his aide on special duty, you know, laying claims to the fact that there's no room for Governor Akeredolu to sleep in a government house that has been built since 1976, and all sort of funny, you know, excuses.
So is anyone saying where he is? Like
nobody is ready to let the people of Ondo State know where and how Governor Akeredolu is now. Because
so even health-wise, do we have an idea?
Well, you cannot really say, because the man is invisible. He has been held hostage somewhere by these people.
So you're saying that's like a kidnap?
It's like a kidnap, an abduction.
That's serious. That's really serious. Now, but apart from occupying the assembly until the needful is done, what other means are you taking?
We will continue to pursue every legitimate means of ensuring that the right thing is done. You cannot hold the destiny of over 4 million people hostage because of your inordinate ambitions or personal political interest. The interest of the state must be will be placed on the fore. It must be considered as a priority above every other primordial interest, and that is where we stand.
How much power do you have from the center, for instance? If it doesn't work in the state that you're doing this, how much strength will you have from the center to make sure things are done right in Ondo State?
It's good, and I want to appreciate the governing party, the APC, which has constituted a committee to look into the Ondo State crisis, and we're also petitioning the president, and we are calling the president out to also understand that one of the states where he's presiding over is without a governor, against the dictate of the constitution as we speak. And President Tinubu must come out to, of course, speak on this issue at this very moment. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's where we can leave it. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be speaking to Olufemi Lawson, who is the Executive Director of Center for Public Accountability. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And I hope, you know, things get resolved in Ondo State as swiftly as possible.
Hopefully.
I will wish Akeredolu well.
Yes.
That's our prayer.
Yes,
a speedy recovery, whatever. Yeah. Okay, we'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be looking at Nigeria becoming the third most vulnerable country to cyber attacks. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
My name is Olamide Onifade. I am a real estate lawyer, and today I'm going to be giving you a tip about buying a property, and it's going to be centered on location, location, location. Buying a property is a massive commitment, and it's important that you consider some key factors to ensure you are getting your money's worth. Fundamental on your checklist should be the location of your property. It is the biggest influence on your quality of life, job opportunities, ease of travel, and the value of your property. While a good location might be influenced by your personal preferences and lifestyle, there are some objective qualities every good location should possess. First on the list should be accessibility when considering a good location. That is, how close is the property to good transport facilities, your daily commute to work, and your children's school if you have children who are of school age. Second on the list is the availability of local amenities. This includes a good local hospital, shops, grocery stores, electricity, and maybe internet services. And third should be the appearance of your neighborhood. You should watch out for the environmental conditions of the neighborhood. Sanitation and maintenance culture of the inhabitants is also very important. This will give you an insight to who your neighbors are going to be. It is important that the crime rate of the neighborhood is also thoroughly researched. Qualities of a bad location can be when there are too many houses on sale, closeness to busy highways, airports, and train tracks. It is also advisable that you avoid locations that lean towards industrial use, such as petrol stations, religious houses, and industrial plants. Remember that you can change your house, but you can't change your neighborhood.
Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawa, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map
or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. You know, that can be ridiculous. And at times, you know, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car or the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate, and I get to the gate, and they say, call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive, because that's the estate. So having to navigate my way through that is own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table
ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's a sense of shame, there's a sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they're not going to say their complaints, because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quote. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing, because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they are looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, not say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this, I've come to understand now that some people, is not, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
He's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? She passed it. And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, Many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. You know, females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and you know, all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patients comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
You are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
As far as I'm concerned, I guess it's the lady. The ladies, the sacrifice man. Because, okay, let's assume now, this morning, I have to be in the office by 8:30. So she have woken up before 4 a.m. I'm still sleeping by then. So she sacrificed her time to make dishes for me while coming to the office, you know. And some other things like that I cannot do easily if she's not there. So
well, the relationship is virtually about sacrifice. So, and both parties should be willing to make sacrifices. So there is no law that says the man must sacrifice for the woman or the woman must sacrifice for the man. Even among relationship of the same sex, normal friendship will still involve sacrifice.
I think both the husband and the wife, they make sacrifices for each other. And it is sacrifice that can even make both couples to be in relationship. Because without sacrifice, sometimes one can just say he wants to back out. But both parties, they make sacrifice. And I cannot say one make more sacrifice than the other. So it all depends on the area where the sacrifices are being made?
And the reason why I conclude my own that is the man is that the man is the one that be the NG body that is financially, spiritually, and in all aspects of life. He has to provide everything that is necessary for to sustain the relationship.
It's a woman that make real sacrifice of marriage. She will be praying that God should sustain our husband, our home, and our children. So men will be looking for the money to please the wife and to pay for the school children. But women will be praying that God should give them life. There will be no death. Men are not, they don't believe on death. But women fear death too much. That's why we are always, if you see the congregation of the church in the churches now, women are the ones that are much, because they are praying for God's sustaining of their marriages and their homes, on their children, and on their husbands, so that God should sustain them and bless their lives. So men are just looking for money. They don't pray. They don't believe that prayer is the one that sustains life, providing for house, but they depend on their labors. So that is why women are more so sacrifices on relationship.
That's a very, very funny one. Because if I say a guy does, the ladies will be like, no. If I say a lady, the guys will be like, boy, you're a guy. But I would say both of them do sacrifice. But if you were to ask me who sacrificed the more, I would say it is the lady, because in most cases, you
We're glad to know you're still there and watching the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. In the small time that we have, we'll have an insight to what it really means for Nigeria to be graded third in the list of countries that are vulnerable to cyber attacks. And we are happy to be joined by Oladipupo Bolaji, a tech expert, as we like to call him. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, whenever they say cyber attack, and then they're saying that we are vulnerable, and not only are we vulnerable, we are third in line. And we thought that Nigeria had it locked down. So what does it really mean to be third most vulnerable country in Africa?
Yeah, I read the report actually, and it just shows that we need to be aware, we need to be informed, and we need to continue to take necessary, precaution. So we are in a digital world, and many more services will go online. And also as you move your workload, services and products online, more threat actors also will, come and they want to take advantage. So it's not to alarm us, it's just to also put us on our toes to say that, oh, we have a lot of bad guys around, and because also our level of technology knowledge will make some of our people vulnerable, and so that may account for why we are third, right? And so, but what that just means is that we can do better with what we're doing now. So once we'll be able to identify what to look out for, then we can begin to take ourselves from that list of top 10 to maybe we can keep going to the bottom of the list. So it's not a list that you want to come and top. Yeah. So it's not an academic position or a leaderboard where you want to show that. So, but it just shows that a lot of awareness needs to be done, and you can see that on a daily basis. If you listen around, you either see somebody whose ATM has been hacked, whose account has been swiped, and so those things just give you an indication that that report is actually true. that we have a lot of bad actors around. So, but the question is, what should we do? How should we protect ourselves? What should companies be doing? And so that's really the important thing.
Yeah, but so which set of people are vulnerable to these things, and what are the things to look out for? So we want to know what type of data or information can easily be compromised.
So all of us are vulnerable. Once you have your service or product in cloud, online, you're vulnerable. Either you are consuming the service, like we all have our devices and co, and some of our data are, so companies are also vulnerable, right? So that's why one of the things that we need to watch out for is what is called phishing. So there are these emails that trick you to click on links. So it can come even your WhatsApp. So that's why it's always very advisable to be careful of the link that you follow, that you click. So also it can come in your corporate email. So the mail will be worded like it's your HR telling you to change your password, and it's always come in a very urgent manner, like, oh, you will lose your account, you will change your password, this and that. And if you click on that, follow that link, so either a malware will be installed on your device, or it will take you to a compromised site where you put in your credential, username and password or whatever. And it's also always good to also ensure that the sites that you are visiting has things like multi-factor authentication. That means that apart from your password, like there's something, two-step authentication. And if that company or that provider is not known to be an identity provider, it's always advisable, don't put your credentials on the site. This is what I mean. I'm selling a mug, and I have a website to sell a mug. And on my website, I create a profile for you to sign username and password and everything. I'm not known to be good at keeping people's data. So you should not.
Secured.
It's
Your
not
site
secure.
is not secured.
Yes. So what I should do as a provider of that service is to use one of these, maybe social login, for example. I could say, okay, come with your social account to log in on my site, because I know that those other companies, they are big enough and they have the resources to protect data.
Your data.
So unlike mom and pop individuals that are just spinning up websites or collecting people's profile, that may not be secure enough. So those are the things we need to watch out for: where you put in your password, the links that you follow, and for companies, ensure that you have good malware, antivirus, ensure that you are having correct softwares. Update your software, patch your software. Don't go and patronize people who just with one CD install everything for you. No.
Okay, just a final one. Is there something that we can do as a country to build the kind of infrastructure that will help us to...
even the role of the government as well, and just law enforcement.
Briefly.
So I'm glad the media is playing its role. So one of the things we need to do more than everything is education. Education. People need to be aware. People need to be informed. You don't need to be scared or afraid of using digital devices. You just need to be informed of things to look out for. So government also, education. Then there's also the need for what I would now call, that escaped me now, the word I'm looking for is the judicial aspect of it.
Regulations.
Right. So no, apart from regulation,
policy.
No, consequences, like when there is a breach, there's a fraud, there should be a follow-up. The judicial process should be very fast.
Prosecute.
Yes. So today, people, they will tell you, fill a form. It takes 6 days, 7 days before your money is, or before you go and get a police report. Before you get there, those bad actors have swipe
Lots
the
of
money
procedures,
out of
yeah,
it.
processes.
So if we can streamline that process such that within 1-2 days I can get relief, and so that will make people to trust the system better. And also we need to invest more in people, cyber security specialists. So we have people who specialize in things like this, cyber security, and we can also encourage hacking. So there's what we call ethical hacking. So it's always good to hack yourself as a company to identify your vulnerabilities. So in that case, you are not hacking yourself to sabotage anything, but you're hacking yourself to understand all your vulnerabilities and you can take care of it. So we need to promote ethical hackers, people that will come, look at your system, hack it, give you a report, then you can remediate before the bad actors come.
Okay, well, that will be all from you. Oladipupo Bolaji has been talking to us about what we felt was alarming, because they said we were vulnerable in Nigeria, the third most vulnerable country in Africa, and maybe the 11th in the world, and all that. So we thought it was very, very alarming, so we brought him to talk to us about it. But the major thing he said, 3 things he said, is education, second thing education, and the third thing education. So let's educate ourselves so that we are in the know what is really happening. We'd like to thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And sorry for the diversion that kept you on the road for longer than you wanted.
You made it.
This is where we draw the curtain for today. I would like to thank you for being a part of the program. Until we meet again tomorrow, my name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rime Paulson. Have a good day.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
good morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The Abuja Court of Appeal dismissed an appeal by PDP candidate Titus Uba against Governor Hyacinth Alia's election. The court resolved 3 issues against Uba and PDP, including the allegation of non-qualification against Deputy Governor Samuel Ode. Justice Onyekachi Ajao TC dismissed the allegation, stating that non-qualification is a pre-election matter and can only be challenged at the Federal High Court. The court also dismissed Uba's allegation that Alia's name was not submitted to INEC within 180 days before the election. Governor Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau State has described as a temporary setback the verdict of the appeal court which sacked him as governor of the state. In a statement through his Director of Press and Public Affairs, Giang Bere, the governor said the verdict won't deter him from repositioning the state on the path of unity, peace and progress. The governor admonished citizens of the state and supporters of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to remain calm and assured them that as God remains on the throne, his mandate will be preserved and protected. The governor said he has instructed his legal team to file an appeal at the Supreme Court. Party faithful gathered in some areas of the Tudun-Wada Ring Road of the Jos North local government area of the state on Sunday to express their joy with musical instruments blasting danceable tunes. In the meantime, the Nigerian presidency has blamed the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for sacking Governor Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau State, citing an illegal caretaker committee used in primaries. The appeal court set aside the governorship election tribunal's decision declaring Dr. Nentawe Yilwatda the winner and ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission to issue a fresh certificate of return. Ononuga criticized those complaining about the court's decision, stating they have forgotten history. Nigeria's senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called for the appellate court to review the sacking of Governor Abba Yusuf and Governor Caleb Mutfwang, alleging that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, failed to conduct proper elections. Falana argued that the court should not nullify votes due to electoral umpires' negligence and that thousands of votes should not be invalidated due to INEC officials failing to stamp ballot sheets. The court sacked 3 governors in opposition parties, including Yusuf and Mutfwang, and ordered INEC to conduct fresh election in Zamfara and Lagos. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu's call for resignation has increased as he continues to govern Ondo State from Ibadan, Oyo State. After a medical trip to Germany, Akeredolu returned to Nigeria and is currently in Ibadan. His loyalists are attempting to remove his deputy governor, Lucky Ayedetiwa, for actions taken during his absence. The governor's health has led to increased attention on his resignation. From Kano State comes the report that the police have vowed to prevent protests following a Court of Appeal judgment that sacked Governor Abba Yusuf. The Independent National Electoral Commission declared Yusuf unqualified to contest the March poll, but the Court of Appeal affirmed this, declaring the All Progressives Congress's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner. Police authorities have received reports of groups planning protests but have vowed to prevent any disruption to the law and order. And from Edo State comes the report also that Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu yesterday dared his boss, Governor Godwin Obaseki, by unfolding his ambition to succeed him next year on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Explaining why he threw his hat into the ring, he said Edo needs a practical leader. The 2024 succession plan has been a bone of contention between Obaseki and Shaibu, who was endorsed by his ward for governor last week. The governor had declined to endorse his deputy, who hails from Edo North, claiming that another politician cannot be fielded by the party in succession to himself, who succeeded former Governor Damso Shimeli from the Northern District over 7 years ago. Although Shaibu has apologized to his boss and reiterated his loyalty, his declaration of ambition may retard that reconciliation. Timipre Silva of the All Progressives Congress and his running mate in the recent Bayelsa State governorship election, Joshua Masiva, have criticized former President Goodluck Jonathan over his comments on the outcome of the election. Reacting to fellow People's Democratic Party's PDP stalwart and incumbent Governor Doyo Diri's victory, Jonathan declared that he would have relocated his mother from his home state of Bayelsa to Abuja if the APC had won. Silva expressed his dismay in a post on X, adding that Jonathan's comments demarcates Bayelsa State. According to him, the former president's words have lost him the respect of all true followers of Silva. The Independent National Electoral Commission has declared or has clarified a report making the rounds that it refused to issue the Labour Party governorship candidate Ethan Achonu certified true copies of the November 11 gubernatorial polls in Imo State. INEC made this known through its verified X handle on Monday. Reports say Achonu had accused INEC of denying his party access to certified true copies of election documents, but INEC said it is assembling all the documents to assess the payment cost. Protesters on Monday stormed the headquarters of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja, demanding the resignation of the party's National Working Committee. The group, under the aegis of the PDP National Backup, arrived at Wadata Plaza, the national secretariat of the party, demanding the immediate resignation of the acting national chairman Umar Damagum-led National Working Committee, citing the loss of the 2023 election. Dressed in black and white with the inscription PDP National Working Committee NWC must resign, the protesters lamented that the party had been reduced to nothing. Addressing newsmen at the party's secretariat, the leader of the protest, Salau Olushola, accused the PDP NWC of anti-party, saying the NWC is to be blamed for the party's defeat in the 2023 presidential election. Members of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, have shut the entrance gate of the Osun State High Court, Osogbo, in a protest against poor management of activities and welfare of its members. Led by the chairman, Benga Eludire, the union on Monday prevented movement in and out of the court premises, armed with placards with inscriptions such as "Judiciary staff deserves better." "We are tired of oppression and unlawful suspension of judiciary staff without recourse to Judicial Service Commission," among others. The nomination of 22 Nigerian Supreme Court justices is causing controversy in the judiciary, with some senior serving and retired justices drawn over the list released by the Federal Judicial Service Commission. The appointment process has been politicized, with the North Central Zone, where a former Chief Justice's son is slated as a priority and a senior jurist as a reserve. Meanwhile, suspected political thugs have attacked the residence of Rivers factional speaker Edison Ehie in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Ehie, who was removed as assembly leader during the move to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara, later announced himself as House Speaker. Details of the incident on Ehie's residence were still sketchy, but it was gathered that security details of Ehie foiled the attack. A source simply identified as Ken described the attack as an assassination attempt. He alleged that the attempted assassination was led by the head of security tactical unit in the state. He warned that some senior security officers in the state should be held responsible if anything happened to Ehie and his household. The Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Olatunji Disu, says the command has yet to receive any official report from the factional speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, over reports of assassination attempt on his life and that of his family at his Port Harcourt residence on Sunday. A statement posted on the WhatsApp platform of the legislative correspondents in the state on Monday claimed the former leader of the House was attacked at about 11 p.m. on Sunday, November 19, 2023, by a group of armed thugs and rogue police officers. The recent incidents have been linked to former governor of the state, now Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, who is said to have fallen out with his protege, Governor Fubara. From Abia State, the government has denied reports that it spent 927 million naira on Governor Alex Oti's meals and welfare packages in 3 months. The budget performance report indicated that the government spent 223,389,889 naira 84 kobo on refreshments and meals, while over 305 million was spent on honorarium and sitting allowance for government officials. The special advisor to the governor on media and publicity, Ferdinand Ekeoma, denied the report. 600 teachers in the Federal Ministry of Education and the Federal Ministry of Defense who benefited from the federal government service elongation packages for teachers are currently being owed 23 months' salaries. The service elongation for teachers was introduced by the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The beneficiary teachers are in some of the nation's unity schools owned by the military and paramilitary. On January 20, 2021, the Federal Executive Council approved a bill that sought to increase the retirement age and the service years of teachers. The Minister of Education, Adamu, explained that the essence of the bill was to give legal backing for the approval of the new retirement age of 65 from 60 years for teachers and extend their period of service from 35 to 40 years. The bill, according to him, also sought to introduce bursary awards, special rural posting allowances, and other items that would encourage brilliant Nigerians to take up teaching. Former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo argued that Western liberal democracy has not been effective in Africa due to its failure to consider the continent's history, culture, and tradition. He stated that Western democracy is a government of a few people representing only a small portion of the population rather than the majority of the people. Obasanjo's keynote address at a high-level consultation on rethinking Western liberal democracy for Africa was delivered in Abeokuta. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu is worried over the mass exodus of health workers in the country in search of greener pastures. His special advisor on public health matters, Salma Anas, said. Anas stated this Monday at the 2023 annual conference of the Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences in Abuja, themed Universal Health Coverage, the Medical Laboratory's Priority in Nigeria. According to Anas, the president is working towards improving Nigeria's health sector. He said, in a quote, President Bola Tinubu is worried about the Japa syndrome, which we inherited from previous administrations for obvious reasons, end of quote. The reconstituted management board of the Northeast Development Commission, NETC, has pledged to provide quality facilities to improve lives and service in the region. The board has visited 4 states since President Bola Tinubu's reconstitution, ensuring federal government presence in infrastructural development, particularly in areas affected by insurgency.
We have gone to starting from Gombe, Bauchi, Yobe, Borno, and here we are today. From here we shall continue with the same vigor to Taraba State and to wish them also the best. So, the Excellency, as I said earlier, not to bother you so much speech, because we have seen for ourselves what is on the ground, and we also know what your plans are.
With the deputy governor of Adamawa by then, that time the building was either under foundation or some of them had just been below what work has started. So today we have a new board. We are going around. We are going to have 18 of these structures across the northeast. So we have 3 in Adamawa State, 1 here, 1 in Guyuke, another 1 in Lamurde. So we are here today at Song to see how far the development has gone. I think you can see that it is almost 80% completed by my own observation. So as my chairman has said, the work is very good, and we hope that the other trees in the other locations are all the same thing. So we're just going around the whole of North East to see our projects and see if we can make some amendment or readjustment or do whatever is possible to make sure that whatever has been intended is achieved.
Inter-school debates among secondary school students in Offa, Kwara State, have been identified as an effective tool to boost confidence and prepare them for life challenges. The first inter-school debate program organized by a non-profit aimed in increasing learning and boosting students' confidence levels.
Even topics that I was not aware that existed, this program exposed me to it. It's exposing students, educating us on matters in the society. Now, if I hear anywhere they're talking about history, I can talk about it and engage successfully in the conversation. Thanks to the organizers.
The first time I was told that I would be coming for a debate, I was scared because it's been long
gone for a debate before, and then when I came here, I was feeling shy because when I saw the multitude, I was like, how will I do this thing? But with the help of God, God helped me, and then I thank PRC, although this is my first time of coming here. And this debate has already enlightened us because it's very educative and it's a very successful program because at least we did 3 topics. And out of 3 topics, at least I can say some points, the point that I can never forget. So I say PRC will continue to go higher.
The Lagos State government has been urged to clarify whether or not it ordered the demolition of a multi-million naira shopping complex situated at number 7, 9 and 11 of Akinsemoyen Street by Breadfruit Street in Balogun, Lagos. This call was made by the aggrieved owners of the demolished 3-story building comprising the Akinsemoyen family, the developer and some traders while addressing journalists on Monday in Lagos Island. The affected traders, who also staged a protest, alleged that the officials of the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LABSCA, carried out the demolition at about 1 a.m. on the 20th of August 2023 without prior notice. According to them, after 2 days of demolition, a new developer identified as Sahid Kashiro started erecting another building on the same space.
The land in question belongs to Akinsemoyen's family, and it is not under acquisition in any way. That's number one. The land is not under acquisition in any way. And we have gone as far as going to the permanent secretary. We are seeking to know what is the reason why this building has been demolished. Can you tell us? Nobody has given us any answer. The only thing they have said is, go home, we are working on it, go home. And somebody else is working on the same land. They have never given us any answer why the building was brought down.
We've been to court, we've taken injunction from the court. Even at the junction, it was placed there at the lamppost. We were made to believe, in fact, not even made to believe, the guy in question, Sonny Mali, that is building on it as we speak, went there, demolished every junction there, and he kept on building on top. Since then, even as we speak, he's still building on it. He damped all the junction from the court. So,
and they want to disinherit us in Lagos, the royal family of Lagos. Is it terrible that the governor of Lagos State will come and acquire my father's land and give it to somebody from Kwara State? How does he want me to take that? I feel really oppressed. I feel really oppressed. I want the governor to come and clear his name that he is someone who would diligently follow the laws by doing the needful. That is not the way to acquire people's property. There is a procedure of acquiring property. If you want to acquire any property, the family will be notified and compensated, and that same property you are about to acquire will be gazetted.
They claimed that they paid the sum of 4.5 million naira for the regularization and certification of the building before it was brought down 5 days later. Members of the Akinsemoyen family who were in the briefing attested to how the land was leased to the developer.
When I personally got to the site, I inquired for the leader of the team that came to review the demolition. They said they were from LABSCA. I saw the name, they said it was one Mr. Ali. I made frantic effort through the robbing to meet him. When I met him, he said the order was from Lagos State government. He said, this is Lagos State. The governor wouldn't have gone through on due process of demolishing a building. But I saw the massive military, government, police machinery there. I didn't want to altercate the law. I just had to do that. The building was maliciously damaged with intent. They were saying that we hear that, we cannot confirm that it was Sanwo-Olu that gave them authority to go and pull the building down. And we asked, can we see the authority, the demolition notice? Up till now, nobody has brought the demolition notice. We know that maybe they are only dropping the name of the governor, Sanwo-Olu. Because all these things will be going to the offices to go and make our complaints. He may not have heard it. They may not tell him that we have been coming to that place. The building itself is valued over 500 million to put in place there. And the goods inside, according to the people who have brought the list of what they have lost inside that place, It's over 270 million.
We move now to other parts of Africa. Political veteran Joseph Boakai was on Monday declared winner of Liberia's presidential election, beating incumbent George Weah. The National Electoral Commission, NEC, said after completing the ballot count, Boakai won the 50.64% of the vote against 49.36% of the vote for former international football star Weah. Davidetta Brown Lansana, president of the commission, told reporters. Boakai won with only a 20,567 vote margin. Weah, however, already considered defeat on Friday evening based on the result of more than 99.98% of the polling stations. Outside Africa, UN Chief Antonio Guterres says the number of civilians killed in Israel's war on Gaza has been unparalleled and unprecedented since he took office in 2017. Israeli tanks surround Indonesian hospital in Gaza, where at least 12 people were killed following direct Israeli attacks since the morning. More than 13,300 people killed in Gaza since Israeli bombardment began on October 7. In Israel, the official death toll in Hamas's attack stands at about 1,200. In business news, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, has said the Federation account is witnessing improved revenue inflow since the removal of the subsidy from an average of 650 million naira monthly to over 1 trillion naira in the last 4 months. The minister stated this yesterday in Asaba at the opening ceremony of a 4-day retreat organized for members of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC. The minister, represented by the Permanent Secretary of Finance, Special Duties, Mr. Okokonudo, said the government had long realized that petroleum subsidy was not sustainable. According to him, the subsidy regime eroded revenues that should have been available to fund viable expenditures that were critical to the well-being of the populace. The minister said the present administration was mindful of the needs and welfare of Nigerians and assured that it would continue to implement people-oriented policies. In entertainment news, Aminu Surajo Bono, famous Kannywood movie director, is dead. Aminu collapsed on Monday evening and was rushed to the hospital where the doctors confirmed his death. The deceased will be buried according to Muslim rites today. Confirming his death, actor Ali Nuhu, in an Instagram post on Monday night, paid tribute to Bono. And finally, sports. Super Eagles coach Jose Peseiro has denied having any contact with Zamalek regarding their vacant coaching role at the club. The 63-year-old recently signed a new 1-year deal with the Nigeria Football Federation after his initial contract expired in June. Despite Peseriro's comments or commitment to the Eagles' job, some football stakeholders have called for the immediate sacking of the Portuguese tactician following the team's abysmal performance. And with that sports news, we wrap it up on the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The Nigerian political space is an interesting and evolving scene, especially as Nigeria continues to practice democracy. Over the years, many celebrities in the country have been appointed by their state governments as commissioners, special assistants, and advisors, while some have intentionally delved into politics with the plan of serving the people and pursuing a career in politics. Today, we will be highlighting 5 female Nigerian entertainers who have been in politics or are in politics. At the top of this list is Funke Akindele. In July 2022, popular Nollywood actress Olufunke Akindele was announced as the deputy governor candidate for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for Lagos State in the coming 2023 elections. The Nollywood star, best known for her Jennifer character, will be running alongside Olajide Adediran, a journalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist popularly known as Jandor. Next, we have Tonto Dike. Ahead of the 2023 Rivers State gubernatorial elections, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has revealed her intentions to run for deputy governor of the state. She had earlier in 2020, during an interview with the Ovation magazine publisher Dele Momodu, announced her intention to go into politics in 2023. Governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State, Tonte Ibraye, on 24th of June, announced Tonto Dike as his running mate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state.
As a matter of fact, your presence irritates me. And let me make it clear to you that I have the documents to which you look for.
Moving on, we have Ini Edo. Ini Edo is an accomplished Nollywood actress, film producer, and director.
And you're not supposed to be here. I'm out there. You're the one been giving me this drug that gets you depressed. I am not a depressed person. Leave me alone. Don't listen to me.
She is one of the actresses who has previously held political positions. In 2016, she served as the special assistant to Governor Gabriel Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, on culture and tourism. Her appointment was renewed in 2020 when the state's current governor, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, was re-elected. Still on this list, we have Kate Henshaw. Veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, on July 19, 2014, officially launched her campaign website as she sought to represent the Calabar Municipal Odukmani Federal Constituency on the People's Democratic Party platform. Henshaw, however, lost the primary election to retired Honorable Essien Ayi, but was appointed by Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade as Special Advisor Liaison, Lagos, in December 2015. Recently, she recounted how she spent 35 million naira to pursue her ambition to become a member of the House of Representatives and her regrets. And finally, we have Mercy Johnson Okoje.
Iche, this is the money my father borrowed from your hand. Please, do not go near my father's Siroko tree. Do not go near my Iroko tree. Biko,
Popular Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson was appointed as the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, Arts and Culture to Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in 2017. The actress has stated that she will not enter partisan politics because she believes she has enough influence as a filmmaker and appointee. Interestingly, her husband, Prince Odianosen Okoje, won the APC 2022 House of
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 57.
The vibrant Nigerian startup scene has been buzzing with energy as young entrepreneurs take center stage in shaping the country's economic landscape. With a population of over 200 million people, Nigeria offers immense potential for budding business owners who dare to dream big and chase their passions. We will examine the world of youth entrepreneurship in Nigeria, exploring the various avenues and support systems available for aspiring entrepreneurs to kickstart and grow their own businesses. From government initiatives to private sector opportunities, we will uncover how young Nigerians are harnessing their creativity, resilience, and ingenuity to carve out successful paths in an ever-evolving market. The entrepreneurial spirit is alive and thriving among the country's youths who are eager to make their mark on the business landscape. A factor contributing to this growth is technology. Now, despite these positive developments, challenges persist. Limited access to funding remains a major hurdle for many aspiring entrepreneurs. Additionally, infrastructural deficiencies can hinder business operations and scalability. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadomi. All right, moving on now. Nigerians and indeed Africans have been encouraged to harness and promote tailor-made solutions to cater to indigenous demands. This advice was given on the sidelines of a graduation ceremony for Nigerians who underwent training on semiconductor design by Chip Lab. Details in this report. The semiconductor technology stands as a cornerstone for modern economies, and as such, investing in this domain could unlock substantial foreign exchange earnings through localized processing of raw materials and export of semiconductor products. Olafadinro and Yen Choi are two visionaries who have pledged to redefine the landscape of technology in Africa and by extension the world. With the Chip Lab cohort, they have trained young Nigerians on chip design. On the sidelines of the graduation, they speak more about their drive.
So what we're doing is essentially bringing Nigeria and Africa to the table to build the AI custom chips. And so it could be used to solve, we could create our own Nigerian ChatGPT, for example, or different kind of applications.
But there's also a huge amount of software developers who are having a hard time making a living. So in the chip development world, there's a huge global shortage of qualified skill. And the earning potential for that is massive. For example, our graduates, we're targeting that they'll be making 10 times what a normal graduate salary would be, and that's life-changing.
Chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabir Erewa, is here to show the federal government's support. She gives insight on the enormous potentials Nigerians, both home and abroad, possess, as well as what this feat means for the country.
Nigeria will be exporting microchips to other parts of Africa. So we should support and encourage young Nigerians like this that are talented, and they're all over the world. So that's why we're here. And I believe in him. I believe in the young generation of Nigerians, both at home and in the diaspora. What we need to do is encourage them.
No doubt, this venture has the potential to stimulate job creation, elevate local content development for the international community, and also bolster a more resilient economic environment.
They're looking to keep that talent here in Nigeria. That's kind of the intent behind the idea. And so I think by keeping the talent here in Nigeria will allow for any number of issues to be looked at, considered, and ideally solved.
We want Africa to be the forefront in building chips in this part of the world, and we want Nigeria to be the country leading that thing, leading it. So that's the reason why we decided, okay, let's start something that has to do with chips design, and also we want women, at least 60% of women, to be part of this movement, because if you know very well, women pay more attention to details because designing chips involves details.
In all, the idea is providing a solution to the global skills shortage, as graduates of the academy would work with top microchips and semiconductor industries in the world. So welcome back from that one. Now, straight now to our discussion proper. With access to smartphones and internet connectivity becoming more widespread, young Nigerians are leveraging digital platforms to launch innovative businesses across various sectors. Private sector organizations have also recognized the immense potential within Nigeria's vibrant market. Venture capital firms, angel investors, and incubators provide crucial financial backing, mentorship opportunities, and invaluable resources that help these young entrepreneurs turn their ideas into successful ventures. I have the president of the Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, Aspen, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, joining me now to discuss further. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights, Dr. Egbeshola.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Let's talk about youth entrepreneurial issues in Nigeria and, of course, how they can get into different startups. Let's just start by identifying the opportunities that are bound for young Nigerians to actually venture into at a time when Nigeria is actually having some macroeconomic challenges. Can you just share your thoughts?
Well, more than ever before, Nigerian youth now have a lot of opportunities when it comes to entrepreneurship. All systems in place is there to encourage entrepreneurship this time, particularly among the youths. And every strata of the economy is involved in this, starting from the federal government to the private sector to even individuals. Everybody is poised to encourage and incite startups and entrepreneurship in the system. Starting from the youth themselves, their spirit is up and alive this time more than ever before to embrace entrepreneurship. Our recent research shows that virtually every youth wants to be engaged, productively engaged. And because the jobs are no longer there, they all want to embrace entrepreneurship and are looking for different opportunities to do that. Federal government, in their wisdom, came up with the startup hacks. And the startup hacks is to engender youth to develop interest in entrepreneurship. The startup hacks makes it possible for them to now have access to funding, which before now is very difficult because the commercial banks and the normal financial sector are not ready to give out funds to these youths because they do not have the collateral, the experience, the books, and the rest. But the startup hack is able to now fill this gap by providing them with funding to be able to start their business. Beyond that, too, we have quite a number of programs that are rolled out to support entrepreneurship. One of it is a YESP, that is a Youth Enterprise Support Program. The Youth Enterprise Support Program gives all the youth that are interested in entrepreneurship free opportunity to get access to training, the free training when it comes to business management, the business opportunities that are available, and then they can go about their books and their records. After the training, they are exposed to a loan of 5 million naira that has 12 months moratorium, meaning that 12 months after collecting the loan, they do not need to pay. They will have to begin to pay on the 13th month, and it is at a single-digit interest rate of 9%. And that's one of the best that we have seen over the time. And this makes it possible for entrepreneurs who are youth to be able to now access funding and start the business of their choice. We also have different opportunities there too. One of it is shared facilities that government is now making possible for youth to have. They understand that it is difficult for youth to have funds to build their factories, buy land and build their factories, or rent shops or offices to operate their business. So we now have different incubation centers across the country where youth can go in just with their raw materials. They'll be given space to operate and they can start their business and be there for the next 5 years on in that without paying a kobo. They have free access to electricity, free access to shared equipment, free access to marketing support system, free access to getting certification from NAFTA, Standard Organization of Nigeria, and the rest without hindrance. This is now possible. We also have free shared office facilities whereby youths can now go up to government. Even Lagos State has the arrangement whereby they can go up to government and have table and chair in an office setting to use for their business if their business is service related, and then with little or no fees. This is made possible to also encourage and engender entrepreneurship. Right. Talking still about Lagos government, we have the Lagos Employment Trust Fund, who gives loan and even grants to those who want to do business and to those who have just started business. That's the startups. They can now access grants as much as they want, depending on the kind of business they do. And this agency also attached to them mentors that will handhold them from the beginning to the end on how to do the business they want to do, the needed support services they can have to support what they want to do, and much more. The LSETF, that is the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, goes further to give them markets to be able to sell their wares or their products. They expose them to various forms of exhibition free of charge. The recently concluded Lagos International Trade Fair is an example, while entrepreneurs pay thousands of naira to get their product exhibited. These startups under the Lagos State government exhibit their product free without paying a kobo. That's the kind of exposure they get. They also support them with their adverts. If you want to advertise your products or your service that you do as a youth, you have different platforms to be able to advertise it without paying a kobo. So these are some of the many opportunities that are available for youth. We also have various vocational centers across the states and across the country now, whereby you can get training on whatever particular service, production line, or technical skill that you need. These are also available. The federal government has also gone as far as ensuring that they provide what they call incubation centers across the states, beyond the one that is done by the state governments. The federal government also has created various kinds of incubation centers everywhere. No matter the state you are, there are different incubation centers there that you can go there and start your business as a startup. They also have what is called industrial training fund. This industrial training fund gives you the kind of training that you need. After the training, they attach you to companies that are already doing what you are doing as internship. And after that, they now give you fund to go and start that training. They also go as far as giving you equipment that you need to start that production process or that business if it is related to equipment. That's the much they've done. We also have different kind of microfinance banks now that have been mandated by the Central Bank of Nigeria to use certain parts of their fund for startups. And they have created different desks now for startups in these microfinance banks to support industries, service-related companies, tech industries also, that are coming up that do not have the collaterals and what have you. We also have private organizations coming up to support startups now and the youth. So many of them. Recently, just this month, we have Google coming up to support certain numbers of entrepreneurs with $4 million. That's a lot, with $4 million. We have the Tony Elumelu Foundation that supports every year entrepreneurs, particularly startups and youths. They are the ones that are qualified for it. We have Faith Foundation, we have Ford Foundation, we have quite a number of them. We also have different mentoring platforms now, whereby youth can now get mentors without paying a kobo. All they need to do is just to access the website of this mentorship platform, show their interest to have mentor in a particular area or field, and they will be assigned mentors who will handhold them and give them the needed guidance to start and run their business. We have quite a number of this, and it's all for the youths.
All right, you've said quite a whole lot concerning the opportunities that are bound for young people who want to get into various ventures. In as much as there are financing options and places where they can go to get those funds they need for their businesses, a whole lot of time, most people complain of really getting access to it, and that there's some bottlenecks in terms of what they need to provide to access this maybe grants or loans from the microfinance banker. Is it really a situation that can be handled easily?
Well, before now, youth has a lot of bottlenecks when it comes to business. One of it is access to funding. Yes, it's difficult for the youth to have access to funding. And like I've just highlighted, this is being broken down. With the new Startup Act, it has, to a larger extent, helped us to reduce the bottlenecks that has to do with access to funding. But unfortunately, many of these youth are not aware of these opportunities and these programs. And what they need to do now is to begin to see how they can increase their knowledge level. One of the best way to do it is to expose themselves to various training seminars and symposia going on every now and then in the country. That is where they can get information about how to do what and where to do what and what they need to do about it. Good enough, quite a lot of corporate organizations now are having different seminars for this youth free to increase their knowledge level. The banks are having it every day. As I speak this day, we have a tech fair going on whereby a bank sponsors it, and it is educating the youth about all the opportunities that is in the tech industry and how they can get funding to support it. Funding particularly for startups and for youth. But the problem is most of our youth are not aware. They need to increase their knowledge level. They also need to join business membership organizations. It is where they can also begin to get information on a regular basis about the happenings and government intervention programs for youth. These intervention programs are going on. Like I did say, Lagos State from time to time is giving out grants for youths and startups. How many of these youths have this privilege if they don't know about it? The best way to get to know about it is to make sure they also align themselves with platforms, channels where they can get information about this, some of these things that are going on. Yes, another challenge the youth may have is a lack of infrastructure. One of such infrastructure is electricity. Many of their businesses are dependent on power, electricity. But we all know that the country at the moment, power is electric, and many of these youth may not be able to have the fund to provide their own source of power. It's a big challenge, and we as stakeholders in the industry are still preaching to government to make it possible for some of these youths to have an alternative source of power, maybe solar energy that they can access and begin to pay on instrumental basis because they may not be able to afford it one at a time. Even as much as we have access to internet at this time, still there are still limited access to internet. Quite a number of those in the rural areas who are youth do not have access to internet, and it is a big challenge. Even those who are in the urban center, it is not everybody that can afford to get internet as much as they would want to. In some climes in the world, what they do is that there are certain areas where you have free Wi-Fi services whereby youth can go to do whatever they want to do in the tech space with free internet access. I'm sure we'll also get there one of these days.
All right, let's talk about another aspect. Some of them might have various ideas, various dreams they want to, achieve over time. Another thing is actually viability of this project that they want to get into. If you were to really advise right now, what sort of ventures, if you can name a few, that they can actually get into? I know right now fintech is actually a big deal in the country, and maybe agriculture or agri-tech as it is. So what's your advice really as regards viability and such ventures to get into?
One of the best business a youth can venture into today, as you have said, is the tech and innovation space. There's a lot of opportunities there. We have quite a number of mobile applications coming up, and the owners are making millions, if not billions, out of it. So tech and innovation is one area that I will advise any youth to venture into now. It has limitless, endless opportunities. And a lot of youth are doing well. We have quite a number of youth who are into web design, quite a number of youth who also do branding for companies, large, medium, small companies, and are making a lot of it. Agri-tech is also another good venture that you have mentioned. Agribusiness is a thing now. While the youth may not want to do manual farming, we don't even encourage them to go into manual farming, but there are a lot of space there. Organic farming is bringing in a lot of funding now, and it's also very productive and profitable. It's one area that the youth can go into. Adding value to agricultural product is another way that youth can make themselves engaged and begin to make a lot of money. We have a lot of agricultural produce that are wasting away that the youth can, with their knowledge, their education and technology, add value to them. Even those who are not wasting, we can turn them to something better and begin to make more money beyond the normal farmer. We also have distribution channels open up to the youth. The youth can engage in ensuring that they collect this product from the farmers and sell it to those who need it, even to the point of exporting it to foreign countries and making a lot of money from it. The retail sector too is another sector that is also very vibrant now, that the youth can also venture into. There's a lot of opportunities there. We have those into fashion industry, making a lot of money, those into catering business, and doing it in an innovative way. I was in the program yesterday. You need to see the way snacks were served. You begin to wonder, is it really snacks or something else? That's the kind of innovation that is coming into the retail sector. We have a lot of activities going on in the online market. A lot of things is going on in the online market. You see a lot of youth now able to sell their products, their wares on the social media. You can also see them not just selling, but becoming agents to other companies. Some people are selling shoes, bags. They don't own any of those shoes or any of those bags. They are just middlemen, and they are making their money from social media. We have some of the youth going to skits making, and it's a lot of money too. And that space is endless. There are so many opportunities there that can absorb even all the use of our country. That is the area they want to go. We have a lot of youths also going into partnership with established companies. These are also very, very, very good ends that the youth can also explore. The connection with the established companies is such that they become middlemen or agents selling their products, selling their services, selling their whatever they offer, and they are making their commission from it. These are some of the areas that the youths can engage in. One area that I should also mention is real estate. Real estate is also giving youth a lot of money. Now, you don't need to have any form. All you need to do is to have somebody who wants to sell a property, be it a land or a building, and matchmake that person with the buyer, and you take your commission right there and then and begin to enjoy yourself.
All right, I haven't said all of that now. You mentioned something where, in passing, you talked about the place of mentorship and education and learning, some of those skills from people who have been there, But another way to look at it would be entrepreneurship education. Do you think we're doing enough in terms of teaching these skills in institutions of higher learnings?
Well, before now, there's a big gap in the higher institution when it comes to entrepreneurship. There's a very, very big gap, but that is closing up this time. Closing up in the sense that, one, we don't have a lot of NGOs coming up now to advocate for the need to have entrepreneurship as part of the curriculum in higher institutions. And if you look at it now, most of the higher institutions now have entrepreneurship education as part of their curriculum. In fact, there is also an MOU signed now by the League of Higher Institutions with stakeholders in entrepreneurship, including our own association, to give internship to those who have been trained in the higher institution to come to our end and have 3 months, 6 months training, on-the-job training of what they have received as theory in the higher institution to now look at the practical side of it, and it is working. You also discover that the government at all levels, federal and state, are also coming up with technical vocational education that is now in tandem with the need of the society. Before now, what we have in these vocational centers is that they are trained on skills that are archaic, on skills that are not needed in the market. But now what they now do is that they now conduct skills that are demand-based, what the market needs. They now go out and conduct research on what is available in the market, what does the industry needs. And these are the data that now make up what they now use as their basis for training these students so that they can be relevant to the needs of the society. And I think we are making a lot of progress in that regard. With what is happening now in the next few years, I foresee that we are going to have so much training beyond what the youth needs, because a lot of activities is going on there. For your information, the federal government has just reviewed the curriculum for the technical board that has to do with all the technical education in the country. And the reason for this is that they have also come to understand that our youth must be in tandem with what is available and what is needed in the global space, not just in Nigeria alone, such that even when they travel out, they will not be third citizens in wherever they go, but they will be as relevant as the first citizens of those countries. And that's a good development.
All right, Dr. Agbeshola, before we let you go now, the final question would be your advice, rather, for people or young people who have started business not so long ago and just because of the challenges, presently everyone is facing in the country, that is, and the macroeconomic challenges and all that, they are seemingly thinking of going out of business. So what would your advice for that person be?
Well, before I go into the advice, I want to say that we have two categories of youths going into business. The first category are those who are going into business because, not that they are interested in the business, but they've tried all means and they think that the only way they can feed is just to go into something, and that thing is business. The next category is those who have passion for business. They really want to go into business, and that is the driving force that makes them go into business. Those are the ones that can do enduring business. And I think while my advice would be for the generality, but particularly for those who have developed passion for what they want to do and have gone to the point of starting a business. So I want to advise them that in every disadvantage, there's an advantage. One advantage we have now is that quite a number of youths are leaving this country in the name of Japa. Quite a number of those who have also started business are folding up. And that is a reason for those who are in the business, for the seriousness of it, to stay put, because it means that the competition is reducing. It means that the market is increasing for us. And it means that if we're able to endure this period, it is a time that we're going to enjoy to the utmost whatever we have labored for now. So I want to encourage you to be persistent, to endure, and to continue to be innovative about what you do. When you are into a business and the challenges are so much, the only way you can survive is to now include innovation and creativity to what you do. So see how you can now improve on that your business, on that your product, on that your service, to be able to be better than whatever it is available in the market now. And you will discover that as the competition is reducing, you'll be making more profits. I foresee that in the next few years, so to me, in the next 2 years, this country will be better for all of us who are into business here, who are into entrepreneurship here, because the new body language of government is that they want to discourage export, and we're already seeing it. To some of us, we want the price of a foreign bag of rice to go to as much as 100,000 or more. We want Naira to even fall the more so that we can compete here better and favorably. It is the best time for us, if and only if you can wait to see it.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, for your time and all of the wonderful input and insights that you have shared on the show today.
Thank you so much, too.
All right, Dr. Femi Egbeshola is the president of ASBON, Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, and he joined us to talk about youth entrepreneurship and, of course, opportunities for startups. I am Justin Akadonia. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নেয়।
আমার নাম মাহি। আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল,
নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
bas kuja kukwambia kuna mtu amekuja daoni kwa anataka kuoa. Huyu baba mzuri tu mdogo, mimi nikafanyaje, nikafikishika imermeza lake دو میداد بازم به پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم، به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، بازم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم، صنف 7 بودم. در روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالان نخوابیدم که برم صنف 8. من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم. هر چی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم. امی خسور و خوشم همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زده دو میداد، باز همه به پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم، به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، بازم به مون رقم تیر میکردم. همین تا با مشت و لغت و مردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم. مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمیگذاریم و هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merrti dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. u detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujt është Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që do flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndjer shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Still, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 سال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې ول مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لرې ورکړه ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. تو سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा हुई तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे कहते वॾी थी सी पे मैं बिलावण डो है ना वॾा छोकरा बिलावण असारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढड़े उम्र ते शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र ते कर नितला पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसे ते पीछे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी खां पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुअमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां वो शादी खां पोइ मुंहिंजी शादी थी वई त पोइ मां चवंदमि पोइ बि मुंहिंजो शौक़ु आहे उहो पर मां शादी खां पिछे बि मां माना स्कूल माना शौक़ु आहे मेरा पढ़ण दा मां जो मां पढ़ां असांजा छोकिरा ईअं करंदा आहिनि न दिला पाणी ते चवंदा आहिनि त शादी कर छॾ शादी खां पहिरियों माण्हू आज़ादु हो माना घर जो कमकार अपनी मर्ज़ी ते करंदी हुअमि पिछे वारा माउ पीउ वांदे करंदी हुअमि न त ठहे बैठी हूंदी हुअमि वांदी बैठी हूंदी हुअमि शादी खां पिछे वारा सॼी घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई न सॼी घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई सॼे घर जा कमकार माना ॿारनि खे संभालणु पिछे भी मैंने घर वाले में पीछे रोक छोड़े घर की सॼी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी माना वॾी थी सी पीछे कर वैसा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, dia nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu makannya tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন যখন পড়তেছিলাম যে আজকে অন্য পর্যন্ত পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষের এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে গেল গা আজ যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خود اینا که همه بی سوادن ایران گفتم مام تو رو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم میشه ور مخود بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت کنم من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them.
And bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Alivyonipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mimi na ule tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavo los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها من خریجه ببینم گناه ندارم.
هیچی گناه
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم. خیاطی میکنم، مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه. دیگه کسی نیست از ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه. اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه. پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده. حالا که پیام نیا خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد. پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to Giroux.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japi një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations' 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort. It's a country effort. It's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub. The city is home to companies that made Germany famous for its engineering excellence. People say it's the German way of living and thinking. We are here today to see how Germany has put that expertise into practice, not in technology, but in changing lives of a few.
We took only those that couldn't be helped there. If they were in a good condition or if their family structure was intact, of course, we said then stay there. We only took the most severe cases.
It's a chilly morning, and at the metro station, we are waiting for Lamia Bashar. Lamia is a Yazidi girl whose life changed in August 2014, the day Islamic State militants reached Kocho village in the province of Sinjar.
What the fate of these Yazidi women and children have been, but to have ISIS actually admit...
Lamia had just finished middle school when Islamic State militants threatened to kill everyone unless they converted to Islam. Islamic State was targeting Yazidis in an effort to purge Iraq of all non-Islamic influences. Yazidis are a Kurdish-speaking religious minority with their own faith. We already know of Lamia. She is one of the group of Kocho girls who were taken captive by Islamic State.
One girl.
In August 2017, we produced a short feature on missing girls. With the help of watercolor paintings, our small story was named The Last Dance of Kocho and Its Missing Girls.
Escaping in March.
After seeing our story, Yazidi activist and humanitarian Mirza Dinai called us to say that he knew where the girls were. And he said Lamia was here, in Germany. Dinai is something of a hero in these parts. We will come back to him, but now Lamia is here. My excitement at finding Lamia in person is so intense that I cannot focus my camera when she first appears with her brother Wad and friends from Sinjar. She's tiny, beautiful, and mature for her age. Life has tested her more than many of her peers.
The girls knew they were going to be sold as sex slaves.
Lamia just had face surgery. She's ready to talk to us, but only after a week of rest.
So total how many girls you said? 1,100 women and children were in...
We used the time to find other missing girls in southwest Germany. Mirza Dinai started a program called Airbridge Iraq, a humanitarian organization to bring Iraqi children and terror victims to Germany. With his help, the Home Ministry of German state of Baden-Württemberg brought more than 1,100 survivors to Germany in the hope of giving them a better life. Some of the IS victim girls from Kocho came to Germany through this program. During our 9-day journey, we meet many girls and families. Each story sounds more horrific than the one before. Salwa Khalaf was just 16 when she was captured by IS militants, also known as Daesh. She remembers exactly.
حتى ساعة هشتي سبي أزان فستيب ومن زاني تشوفوا يا شكينا حسياب ومشي معنا وساعة سي شرط سبيكر وساعة سي داعشاتن هابي البو دنيا قرم بو العراقي خلق السر خانيوان نبي مسر خانيت نفستيبون ساعة سي بشيف أزبيج مامي أو تلفونا بابي مقربون قود بون شرة إجبر أمل شنقال دبون بداية شر الشنقال نبو القندادة دا سبيكر وان تلفونا بابي مقربو قد بون شر الفيدري داكو بابي مزاني بس نقود نما ساعة هشتي سبي نوم راب ساعة هشتي سبي كم بخو حسيان تلفونك بخو حسيان كوري خالي تلفون كر قد كان هم تشتكن أم تشكينا حسياب ونجي هكا سراب مسرخو بجا قصرامه وساد طابق بقلك أبلندبو أسراب موسى مال شارع نيري شارع تجي خلق بو خلق بيع بعضدان هريكي بدرك إذا بعضدا متشك في منتكر يعني شو ما الدنيا قاعدة منزاني أو أبدا نحياتها ما بو أو.
Only Salwa can define what is normal for her now. Salwa now lives in Freiburg, a beautiful city in southwest Germany. Seeing her confidence in her new life, one might think she has left the past behind. But when she talks about it, it is still so fresh.
بعدين مين ما تقولنا ترى كذا ناتش نشبر هكا جدلها هكا أمل كربن هروي ما قرن جاب لا أمل ما لا خدها بنو هو نحو جيم شن درجاتي حتى تقريبا ساعد أزبيج مده يانستا راستي اسنزام شن بالضبط بس تدرنشي أمل ما ده ونشتوي كيام دركتن أم شون أم قشتنا جياوان أم بداية دركتن بيش مرجعنا هي لان أم دركتن سيطرة داني بون نتي لان خالق درك هذه مشكلة إجبر فيكي قال لك هاتنا قرتن يعني أزخوص هي كم إجبر فيكي صارنا قرتن إجبر ريد قرتن ونتي لان دركتن تقول هنا بكيدة شنو نزعل شيء جا مجبور ونشون رياكا دور تربي بين ما شون رياكا ديبر أم قشتنا جيا يعني مقشتنا لوفا بيشي قال لك يا خبصة بو ترمبي لك الشارع إذا خراب بو أو بخنا خراب بو بس نزع جناركي ما بو أوشكي سنيبو وساكر بو ترومبيل سكنا بو دا ترومبيل ديني كار بنتر باسفن أم قشت نويدر وساكنين تالي رد أزبيش من داعش ونزان مسيبون بتني بيا هاتون سلاحو أول دسيوان دبون قوتن قداون.
The same day, IS militants took Salwa to Mosul. About 500 girls were gathered in a big hall. After 15 days, she finally understood what was going on. IS militants were coming to buy girls and take them. Almost at the same time, Salina Haji Bashar was being captured with other girls in the small village of Kocho. Salina knew everyone who went to Kocho's school.
معمول نبدأ بابي خامل نبدأ دي برايت خامل نبدأ دي كرمامت خوا كريت خالد خام همول نبدأ دي تنقندي دي همو مديتين.
Salina and other girls were watching from the windows. They saw IS militants take several carloads of men to the pool.
وداعش سر حودي ساكني بو سلاحات خوا فهمو وبشتين جمع حساس سلاحات ما هم أقرأ قوتين ما جزلامات كوجن.
Within moments, hundreds of brothers, fathers, uncles, husbands, and sons were gone. Khudir Hassan was one of them, down below. Khudir could see everything. One IS militant was filming with a camera, and the others were around.
پشتوا یکی گوته دا سه جارا بان کر گو الله اکبر همال پیرا سه جارا گو الله اکبر ودرا وی دیساوی که گوتی الله اکبر گو ارمی مخالف فرحتایل برده خست او تلقى الوان دانب سر مدك هاتن تلقى كل من نكهت جارا بري تلقى كل من نكهت بو پشتیکا خلاص کرن پشتیکا تلقى لیدان هچی حس و جهاد بازانی بانا هیجی ساغا وأويكا قوتيا دا أويكا أمر داي قوتيا إرمي تات بواروريا كديل سري ويدا ودهار ويجيل من هذا بشتيكا تشيغاكيش باما دور كهتن ويتشوبانا فاني ركي قمسة لكي رساسي المبو قو ياكي قوتا ويقو هاي رساسي قو نامريا قو ساغا نظام مخالفان نظام شلوس ديتم قو ساغا اجدور تلقاك بردامه يعني نها تراسري مو بردامه اجدور تقريبا مسافة 5 كيلومتر بردامه وصل بشتاستوي مفا چرخي بس نگهشته هستی بس تیره چرخي دركت تتيدا نما تلقا مخاهر نالوان جوانكازي مريما نها تبامه.
While Khudir was still figuring out that he was alive and wondering how to escape, the girls at the nearby school were terrified, not knowing what was going to happen to them. IS militants picked all the girls who did not have children and took them to a park.
هم سادو هناك كاتك داري خصنا حديقة دربة إد بيزارو قلتنا بنتزوجين داري خصناش دربة هتا ساعد دهي بشيبل نفوي حديقة دابون وباساني نفباسي المازن النفرة ددوجي عني نمكرني دا برنا موصل كاتشك برن كنا مالك موصل دا سي طبقة مازن بو برن كرني دا هنا كاتشك دي ديزي دي تيدا بو او جوكو ما قلت شلون كرنا بالدا وكو وسا وكوتين شيخي وان اميري وان تيانيف ماكو مات فروشيا هرياكو يا فروشيا ياكو هرياكي ياكي دي دا هادي ابيو
Salwa was captured with a different group from Salina. Each girl had her own fate.
أمسيكا تقول أم أني نبعج أم بقير أنا بعج يعني بشتي إيش بيصد كتشكي تقريبا صد كتشكما دي همو كرين شخورة همو برين الويدر يمروجا كمان ودي ساعات نديان كتشكا بكرن أو يقال باما بو جيلان باتشس خلقات العزير بو اشترساخو كشت الباما رايد دستيخو قد كرن. جيلان مقابلي منا رونشتيبو وبري جيلان جي خرابي مقوت هفالا خو مقوت جيلان طبيعية هفالا مقوت قو أم هموت وسانا قو يكيش ما هاجي خلينا قو يعني في حالي دكيش ما هاجي خو هيا.
Salwa learned that Jilan's sisters had an idea that she could commit suicide, but they didn't stop her.
وزبيجم يعني نحلبو ما بخو يعني قالك جارة ما محاولة كر أسخبو كشم يعني لهنك ظروف هذا بس كشت النحلة هكاش هكا خشكت ويقودبان إشبر فيكي جيلان شوية حمامي دا منتهي لا أخو بكشي أو لحظة كش إذهرب سحمة ريبو وقت جيلان خو كشتي بشتي جيلان قالك يديجي محاولة كرن البامة انهيار البامة تشيبو يعني شتل أمتعبين بانصدروشا هموكي بس كابوس بو ترس دليما همو قاعدة بو كان جدورا كيشمت هرجار تاعتن هناك تكرين وهرجارة قاعدة كدبان هريكيش خشكا كوبي بربون هريكيش هفالة كوبي بربون والنزاني كان جدورا وانا أم همون اللي بيا دورا خبون قالك جارة أم التحبين ما تقولك ها خزيبين مشخورة ببن بس مش في حالي خلاص كن أم تحبين منابين بتربي تشتي ببين ما بدس هيك ذكرتن بدس وزا دس ماشي خود تذكرنا الدارة الدارة دس ماشي خود تذكرن بورامات كيشان يا بشتي جيلان هنا جدي محاولة كنو خبكوشن
This is another Jilan. She's 16 now, so she was a child when she was captured 4 years back. Jilan speaks out for probably the first time, and her story is horrific. But for that, we will have to reach Tübingen, a university town in south of Germany. By this time, Lamia is also ready to talk. Lamia is Salina's sister. They live in the same complex. While Salina is talking to Dakhil, I have a chance to visit Lamia's room and see her picture gallery. I do not speak Kurdish, but Lamia makes things clear.
Das ist in Italien. Das ist Vater.
Okay.
Bruder? Brother.
Okay. Who?
Kadri.
Oh, girl Kadri.
Und Almas.
So where is Kadri?
Hier.
Okay, she's in Germany now?
No, das ist ein Bomb.
Oh, bomb, she died?
Yes.
Oh.
Und Almas.
Oh, Almas.
Yes.
She was with you, right?
Yes.
She died?
Yes.
Okay.
Und Vater.
Mother, yeah.
Und Mother.
Where is your mother here?
Nee.
Where? Where is she?
Yes.
Kidnapped?
Yes.
Not yet back?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Sister. Salina.
Oh, Salina, yeah.
Wahrheit.
Ah.
Yes. Und das ist mein Freund.
Okay.
Yes. Und das ist ich.
You?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Und das ist she.
Who?
Ich.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Alright. Okay.
Das ist Katrin.
Kadri, okay.
Und das ist Almas.
Almas.
Yes. Und das ist mein Haus.
Oh, in Rukocho?
Yes. Das ist Dalal. Und das ist Samia. Und das ist Hamdia. Und das ist ich.
Meanwhile, Salina is telling my colleague Dakhil Shammo how she tried to stop the militants from taking Lamia away from her.
Amman, am penju haft shnif garten, azulam yabunu, hardo khushkin ma avinu na avinu, kashmama mamun, kun jedibu, ambaran karna basa ke saat penji sabahe, ishmugusil, ambaran faruna suri, ambarna raqai. وزلامي هكا لميا اختار كري كوس تنا اختارنا كوس تافيرا ناب از هشتم الوردة قالك محاولة بيكريام وشومل بيو رالي نابو بره لميا جي نفس عمد كرو كوس ناچم يا خوشكا خرابي پور کرتنو کرنا ترم بيلو داري کرتن.
Salina stayed at the same place for 2 days. One evening at 8 p.m., when she was alone at home, she decided to run away.
از هاتشوم دور نيف ساعتش معلي دور كتم كان ما معلا كده كاميرا بدري حوشي بابو از ديبو شهر بنا مال از ديبو زاني زبكي فرحي دا چويمه هاتنا الدري مال كده ما مال كي قيامي تا دنيا وتعديل ماكن از دامي قولني دا قوال باما از برم ورابونا مو برم دي ساكن ما مالكا ديدا ديسا وي أبو أحمدي از سه روزالوی مالی دبون کچکا کدیش کندیم نتی دبون ناوی ناری وانبو تنهایی جل برداشت نهاتی از او 4 روزالوی مالی دبون و دیس عملوی ساعت 8 صبحی ما بازده حرازی بردیری بو و هر دو عیالی روان نوستی بو کان نبی مادا بسلاحه کان نبی مادا و کرنا قوتا خود کرنا بی ما بازده هم نساکنین ما شکایت خواه آویتن ما گورا آویتن دستمال ما آویتن ما خواه همو بتشتی راش کربو ما بازدم چون جسراکی ساکنی تلقال سر مرا بردانم نساکنی ما خو هر دو خال جسر وار کرد هم چون لالی جسری دیوا در کرد لن گودست و رو و چه ما همو شکست و خراب و خوین بو هم چون آلی دی جسر و در کرد.
IS militants were watching them. They were captured again and put in jail for 9 days in Khaim.
ياكي خليجي سعودي بو قال لك تعذب هبالا مكر زيادة تعدل ويدريدا بيكر قال لك يعني اغتصاب كرو برحمامي هدومك لنهايش ليدا لاشي ويهمو كرا كيبا الهشين كر قال لك تعذب بيكر او داستو لنكرويش تعندبو بربو حمامي قال لك تعذب بيكر ومحاولات كل بالخوادة بس جاربينا بويدا شدان دو رابويدا وتعدا جي بيكر وبشتهن جي آني شو آني مجلق لي كرم.
Some food kicking. Oh my God. So much. Is dolma?
Yes. Yeah.
Lamia was captured in the same school at Kocho. She said.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging, meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The two men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Eriye Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. Nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, we had friends, you know how it is in the office. We'll talk about, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you write, yeah? Because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alarie was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can have this. So that was the thinking behind, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos, and the fact that really and truly at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alarie, Alarie didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about: the patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her, and the fact that it's a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those were the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, a story like that, I had to use pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that would necessarily speak pidgin English. It was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me, and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation, secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alarie, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day. When you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I would say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Telephone switch on light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 60 on 50. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes. 1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show airing on PlusTvAfrica every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather. Town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know, okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. One day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself. Are you?
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction.
Yeah.
But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes. Not formally, sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, why did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings. A 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Butemeta.
Yeah.
You understand? Why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there's a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself. It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation. Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction. There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee. And then, if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that, and then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the city and guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building. To see that craftsmen are properly trained, because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. So and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house will do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. We don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well, do them quick. I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. What they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people, so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor You know, so if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned on how is it going to grow, just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size, and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down. I say, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review. So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system. And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone. They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place. It will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that it's not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment, right, becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the farm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks. Risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations.
Yes.
And why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who is younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I'll remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
the risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people would have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into.
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource. You know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man. He was drunk, Joshua was full of strength, David, look at how
very exuberant.
He was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him. So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the the people whose blood is still hot. You know, they are damning the consequences.
Yeah.
I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye,
yes,
my colleague,
yes,
made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about.
Yes.
As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement.
Yes,
so I have
declaration.
to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy.
Yes.
But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school,
yes,
not to be stupid. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, you know. And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But
you have to go.
That's really not the right age,
yes,
to now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process.
Yeah.
And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you
an institute.
If I can't show you 5 younger people,
yes,
that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership.
Yeah.
There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership.
Yeah.
I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. You know, one of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. You know, when parents are talking to their children and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yeah.
And we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that, and that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, "Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true." I said, "But people are not practicing them out there." And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic. No child of mine would do that.
Yeah.
But they see other people do these things
and they wonder.
every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at this initial stage that who is doing Ayinde, and you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different. As you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, The on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner already, and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor. I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service. And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for. And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call, and it was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very
much. As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi. Good afternoon. I am Shade Uwe. This is News Brief. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, has declared a 3-day period of mourning in honor of a former Army Chief, late Major General Chris Ali, retired. This was made known in a statement signed by the Army Director of Public Relations, Onyema Nwachukwu. The statement revealed that a 3-day mourning began on Monday, November 20th, and all Nigerian Army formations and units have been directed to hoist their flags at half-mast as a symbol of collective grief and respect. The directive also mandates all personnel to wear a black handband in remembrance of the late former COAS. The Governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has compensated the families of the security men killed in Ehime Mbano local government area of the state a few months ago. Gunmen had ambushed the security agents, killed and razed their operational vehicles. A statement in Owerri, the state capital, on Monday by the governor's spokesperson, Oguwike Nwachukwu, disclosed that the governor doled out the sum of 185 million naira to the families of the slain security agents. The governor recalled that this is not the first time the state government has appreciated those who died or were injured while carrying out their assigned duties, and promised to continue to show love to the families and agencies affected so that they will continue to discharge their duties without fear or discouragement. President Bola Tinubu on Monday told international investors from G20 nations that their monies are safe in Nigeria's business environment. He reasoned that beyond Nigeria's natural resources, the people of Nigeria, whom he described as highly educated, highly skilled, and naturally industrious, are the primary asset and advantage the country wields over other nations in the global race for new investments. Tinubu said since he assumed office in May 2023, his administration has embarked on transformative changes, removing all obstacles hindering businesses. He noted that while promoting the rule of law is crucial for attracting foreign investments, Nigeria's energetic youth population and well-educated populace represent the most significant incentive for investors towards the mutually beneficial replication of China's economic resurgence.
Hindering on businesses is being removed. We are reforming the economy based on the principle and philosophy of good governance. For us in Nigeria, we have the largest population in Africa and the biggest economy and biggest opportunity for all of you. We are reforming the economy to accommodate foreign investment. We are ready to partner with you. We have the youngest vibrant youth population, if you add that, in Africa all through, and I believe Nigeria is a leading population in that area. Equally, we have what modern economy needs: well-educated population. Equally, we have the opportunity to digitalize, and we are on the rapid move on that, the digitalization of our economy and environment.
The governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has charged the new commissioner of police in the state, Olatunji Disu, to bring to bear his depth of experience and be thoroughly professional in fighting crime and criminality in the state. He reiterated his commitment to working tirelessly to ensure the peace and development of the state as a leader who is for all and not for any particular person. The governor spoke on Monday when he received a courtesy visit at the government house in Port Harcourt. Disu, who had assumed duties as the 45th Commissioner of Police in the state, Fubara promised that the state government would continue to support the police command to discharge its responsibilities. In his address, Disu assured the governor of adopting a proactive policing strategy that will deploy efficient surveillance and mutual trust within the rank and file and from members of the public in protecting life and property.
I am fully aware of the complexity and gravity of the situation at hand. Having served in the state as the DPO Elimbu, DPO Lenwo, Commander SARS, Commander Anti-Kidnapping, and Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department, we will adopt a proactive approach to policing, one that emphasizes intelligence and foresight, enabling us to identify potential threats before they materialize.
I want you to be professional. That is the only request I want to make. As a government, we will give you all the necessary support to do your job professionally.
Factional Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, has said he is ready to die while doing what is right for the interest of the state. He said some powerful individuals were after him because he is standing with the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, and opposing the sinister plot to impeach him. Ehie stated this in Port Harcourt while briefing newsmen on the alleged invasion of his residence by armed men dressed in police uniforms. The lawmaker, who represents Ahoada East Constituency 2 in the state legislature, stated that the armed men shot indiscriminately, insisting that their mission was to eliminate him and his family. Recall that Ehie, who was the leader of the State House of Assembly, had announced himself as the House Speaker in the wake of the crisis that rocked the state legislature.
I'm not afraid of death. If it is sacrificing my life that will give victory to Rivers State, then I am ready to do that. The only regret I will have is that my young wife and 2 little children, but life must go on, and I am sure God will see them through. I stand with the governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, voted in by Rivers people and representing the welfare of Rivers people. Nothing, no threats, no intimidation, no allegation, now or in the future, will stop or deter my position.
The Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Olatunji Disu, says the command has yet to receive any official report from the factional Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie, over reports of an assassination attempt on his life and that of his family at his Port Harcourt residence on Sunday. A statement posted on the WhatsApp platform of the legislative correspondent in the state on Monday claimed the former leader of the House was attacked at about 11 p.m. on Sunday, November 19, 2023, by a group of armed thugs and rogue police officers. Briefing journalists outside Executive Council chambers after a courtesy visit to Governor Siminalayi Fubara in Port Harcourt on Monday, Disu said a preliminary investigation revealed there was no attempt on the life of Ehie. He explained that the police officers on patrol on Sunday night were on a routine assignment. He said the command has reached out to the factional Speaker of the House for more information about his alleged assassination.
All I knew was that police officers were on patrol, convoy patrol. Is a routine thing. And we have made frantic effort to get across to the leader to give us any information he has so that we can include it in what we already have. So far, so good. Nothing to worry about. My plea to him and every other person is, if there's any complaint, my number is going to be made public. They should call me quickly and I will quickly look into it.
As residents of Nasarawa State anticipates the judgment of the appeal court on the March 18th governorship election in the coming days, the state's police command has warned its residents to avoid all forms of violence during and after the judgment or get arrested. The acting commissioner of police, DCP Shatima Jauro Mohammed, gave the warning during a press conference in Lafia, the state capital. According to him, officers of the command have been deployed across the 13 local government areas of the state to ensure that law and order is maintained during and after the appeal court's judgment. He therefore urged political parties in the state to caution their supporters to avoid engaging in any form of violence, adding that anyone arrested for causing trouble in the state will be made to face the full wrath of the law.
as security personnel have been adequately deployed to strategic locations in the state to maintain peace. I hereby call on leaders of all political parties to prevail on their supporters to shun unguarded utterances that may trigger political tension or engage in mass action that may be seen as preparation for violence, procession, and also celebrate moderately without infringing on the fundamental right of members of the public. The leaders, they have to talk to their party members. They should maintain peace. After the appeal court, there is still a Supreme Court. They can still appeal to the Supreme Court. Anybody who is not happy with the judgment, he can still go further. So to maintain law and order is the paramount.
Former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo argued that Western liberal democracy has not been effective in Africa due to its failure to consider the continent's history, culture, and tradition. He stated that Western democracy is a government of a few people representing only a small portion of the population rather than the majority of the people. Obasanjo's keynote address at a high-level consultation on rethinking Western liberal democracy for Africa was delivered in Abeokuta.
We have a system of government in which we have no hands to define and design, and we continue with it even when we know that it is not working for us. Those who brought it to us are now questioning the rightness of their invention, its deliverability, and its relevance today without before. The essence of any system of government is the welfare and the well-being of the people, all the people. Here, we must interrogate performance of democracy in the West where it originated from, and with all the inhibition of what we are left with over by the colonial power.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Monday called on the Chief Justice of Nigeria to defend the integrity of the judiciary by immediately setting up a judicial panel of inquiry to probe the boast by leaders of the All Progressive Congress that the party has persons in the judiciary, particularly at the appeal and Supreme Courts, to do the party's bidding on election cases. PDP made the call in a statement signed by Debo Ologun-Nagba, its national publicity secretary, while reacting to a viral video by an APC leader, Yusuf Gagde, a member of the House of Representatives from Plateau State, who insinuated his influence at the courts. PDP also claimed that Gagde's statement further confirms the suspicion in the public domain that the APC has set up a special team comprising two of its former governors who are also serving cabinet ministers and a prominent APC leader from the Northeast Zone with the mandate to ensure the inducement of certain judicial officers to deliver judgments against PDP as witnessed in the series of biased judgments by the Plateau State Election Appeal Court. The National Lottery Trust Fund has been placed on a status inquiry over the spending of internally generated revenue without budgetary approval.
This status inquiry was ordered on Monday by the House of Representatives Committee on Finance during a hearing on the medium-term expenditure framework. The management team of the National Lottery Trust Fund, led by its Executive Secretary, Bello Maigari, appeared before the committee to defend their revenue estimates. The document submitted by Maigari revealed that the agency has been spending all its IGR without the approval of the National Assembly.
You earned 6.3 billion in 2022. And at the end of the year, you ran a deficit of 252 million.
252 million carried forward.
Deficit.
A deficit.
How?
Yes, I did say that we had a carried forward of liabilities.
You generated 2.5 billion and you spent the 2.5 billion to the cover.
We are guided by the Act establishing the agency. If you look at Section 40 of the Act, establishing the agency, we are required to take a custody of a certain percentage.
Which Act are you talking about? The Constitution is supreme, isn't it, than any act of the National Assembly. When you are fully funded, you are expected to remit your IGR 100%. We are going to carry out a status inquiry on Lottery Trust Fund. Status inquiry means that we're going to bring in an external auditor from day one to date. We will send a report on the plenary, and if you are found guilty, you may to refund or and then any other punishment thereof. You earn 6.3 billion.
The Lagos State government has been urged to clarify whether or not it ordered the demolition of a multi-million naira shopping complex situated at number 7, 9, and 11 of Akinsemoyin Street by Bradford Street in Balogun, Lagos. This call was made by the aggrieved owners of the demolished three-story building comprising the Akinsemoyin family, the developer, and some traders while addressing journalists on Monday in Lagos Island. The affected traders, who also staged a protest, alleged that officials of the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LAPSCA, carried out the demolition at about 1 a.m. on the 20th of August 2023 without prior notice. According to them, after 2 days of demolition, a new developer identified as Saheed Keshinro started erecting another building on the same space.
The land in question belongs to Akinsemoyo's family, and it is not under acquisition in any way. That's number one. The land is not under acquisition in any way. And we have gone as far as going to the permanent secretary. We are seeking to know what is the reason why this building has been demolished. Can you tell us? Nobody has given us any answer. The only thing they have said is, go home, we are working on it, go home. And somebody else is working on the same land. They have never given us any answer why the building was brought down.
We've been to court, we've taken injunction from the court. Even at the junction, it was placed there at the lamppost. We were made to believe, in fact, not even made to believe, the guy in question, Sonny Mali, that is building on it as we speak, went there, demolished every injunction there, and he kept on building on top. Since then, even as we speak, he's still building on it. He damped all the injunction from the court.
So, and he wants to disinherit us in Lagos, the royal family of Lagos. Is it terrible that the governor of Lagos State will come and acquire my father's land and give it to somebody from Kwara State? How does he want me to take that? I feel really oppressed. I feel really oppressed. I want the governor to come and clear his name that he is someone who would diligently follow the laws by doing the needful. That's not the way to acquire people's property. There's a procedure of acquiring property. If you want to acquire any property, the family will be notified and compensated, and that same property you're about to acquire will be gazetted for everybody to know.
Moving on to other parts of Africa. Opposition leader Moise Katumbi officially launched his campaign for president of the Democratic Republic of Congo at a rally in Kisangani on Monday, 1 month ahead of the elections. The 58-year-old millionaire businessman has promised to fight graft, create jobs, and reform the country's ailing economy. He has criticized incumbent President Felix Tshisekedi's record in the DRC's volatile east, where the army has been battling M23 rebels and other armed groups. Katumbi claims the president was recruiting foreign mercenaries instead of increasing the salaries of military and police. In 2018, Katumbi attempted to run for president, but was thwarted by President Joseph Kabila's government, which cancelled his Congolese passport while he was out of the country. And outside Africa, amid the continued escalation of the conflict between Hamas and Israel in Gaza Strip, Lebanon's Hezbollah movement said it targeted troops in northern Israel with drones, artillery, and missiles on Monday. Hezbollah fighters targeted soldiers west of Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel with 3 attack drones, the Iran-backed group said in a statement, adding shortly after that it had also targeted troops in the area with artillery fire. Deadly skirmishes on Israel's northern border began on October 7 when Gaza-based Palestinian militant group Hamas attacked southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking about 260 people hostage. And in business, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, has said the Federation account is witnessing improved revenue inflow since the removal of subsidy from an average of 650 million naira monthly to over 1 trillion naira in the last 4 months. The minister stated this on yesterday in Asaba at the opening ceremony of a 4-day retreat organized for members of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC. The minister, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Finance Special Duties, Mr. Okokon Udo, said the government had long realized that petroleum subsidy was not sustainable. According to him, the subsidy regime eroded revenues that should have been available to fund viable expenditures that were critical to the well-being of the populace. The minister said the present administration was mindful of the needs and welfares of Nigerians and assured that it would continue to implement people-oriented policies. In entertainment news, the devastated father of Taylor Swift's fan who died at a Brazil concert due to extreme heat has demanded answers from concert organizers. Benefit's father told the newsmen he wants the promoters to clarify whether concertgoers were prohibited from bringing water into the show, which took place in Rio de Janeiro last Friday. Anna's cousin told reporters that Anna fainted ahead of her death on Friday while she was in the front row in Rio de Janeiro amid triple-digit temperatures to see Swift perform as part of her Eras tour. Anna died shortly after arriving at a local hospital, with the paper reporting the heat index at the stadium had reached 60 degrees Celsius, and firefighters reportedly counted 1,000 faintings during the events. In sports, former Manchester City defender Benjamin Mendy has sued the Premier League club over nearly 2 years of unpaid wages after he was charged with sexual offences in 2021. The France international has filed a multi-million-pound claim with the Employment Tribunal seeking the return of pay up until the end of his contract with the English champions, which ended in June. Mendy was found not guilty of 1 count of rape and 1 of attempted rape by a British court in July after being acquitted of 6 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault in January following allegations made by multiple women. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
World Day Against Child Labor, held annually on June 12, is an international day to raise awareness and prompt action to stop child labor in all its forms. The International Labour Organization launched the first World Day Against Child Labor in 2002 as a way to highlight the plight of these children. The day is intended to serve as a catalyst for the growing worldwide movement against child labor and provide an opportunity to gain support from governments, civil society, schools, youth and women's groups, as well as the media in the campaign against child labor. Child labor is the employment of children in any work that deprives children of their childhood, interferes with their ability to attend regular school, and that is mentally, physically, socially, or morally dangerous and harmful. Therefore, the day seeks to alert the public to the fact that many children are forced to work every day when they should be in school to learn and to build a better future for themselves and their families. The World Day Against Child Labor aims to promote the rights of all children to be protected from child exploitation and other violations of their fundamental human rights, as well as combat all types of child labor. Child labor is rampant in many developing countries. Even in industrialized nations, many children are forced to work. According to figures available on the United Nations website, approximately 152 million children have been pushed into child labor. Out of the 152 million, around 72 million are involved in hazardous work. The data also reveals that around 48% victims of child labor are aged between 5 to 11 years old, 28% are aged between 12 to 14 years old, and the remaining 24% fall in the 15 to 17 years bracket. This year's World Day Against Child Labor focuses on action taken for the 2021 International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor, and will also focus on efforts to drive progress during the International Year, with a week of action raising the voices of International Labour Organization constituents and the many partners engaged in the struggle against child labor in all regions of the world.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics and news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale, and today, as always, my Monday tonic. Until Chinelo decided to abandon us.
Yeah.
How are you, Dee?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. How was your day?
It was okay.
Can I tell how my day went?
I know.
So at 2 a.m., the sleep just disappeared. I couldn't sleep. So, you know.
Worrying about something.
Yes, my sister. It's the production that I have that is starting on Wednesday, all the way to Saturday. So it's a major production, and it's a lot for me. So Wednesday all the way to Saturday. So I just, as in, sleep just disappeared from my eyes. So I started packing up because I was packing up to leave the house. I won't go back home until I'm done on Sunday. I'll be back home. So I just said, you know what, since the sleep has refused to come, let me go use the opportunity. So I have not slept.
Wow.
And we had a major production meeting, very productive meeting. So the entire crew, we have about, from my production team, 21 or 24 people, my team about 15, then the team at Willan about 6. Yes, so then you now deal with live audience about 100. You now deal with
major.
You now deal with guests, about 50 guests. So it's a major production. I'm praying and hoping that no guest cancels. Everything comes as planned. The live audience arrive on time, because those are the small headaches that you know. In the midst of that, we're also taking care of them, welfare and all of that. So
but you need to, as much as you can, take the rest when you can.
I hope so. This night, from here, I'm going back to the studio to just check that the setup for the set is ongoing. Then I can then go and rest a bit.
Please do. Because it's going to tell on your face.
It will.
And then, you won't be at your optimal.
It will. But I want to finish this. Finish this year strong.
And it's a dream for you, so well done.
I love media. What's the work?
I know. You seem to try with
Actually,
the midst of the madness.
I'm telling you, I love production, because to me, I believe so much in the power of what a content can do. So yeah. Absolutely. All right, so today, in partnership with Enough is Enough, right? We'll have post-election reflection. I mean, I think Enough is Enough. They're in alignment with what we're discussing today. Because when I saw it, I said, okay, it's like they're in the spirit today, right? We would have some reflection on the where we were from, of course, the last elections and all of that. And I want to just pull up my slides. So according to the Nigerian Civil Situation Room, the recent governorship elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kano fell below the threshold of credible elections, with the emergence of winners, the focus shifts to governance, with citizens playing a crucial role in holding newly elected governors accountable. Now, Governor Duoye Diri pledged to consolidate his efforts and invest. Okay, that's you, right?
Okay, so let's look at the governance markers for Bayelsa State. The Governor Duoye Diri's campaign promise was that he was going to consolidate his efforts and invest in the state's agriculture, education and infrastructure among others. For Imo State, campaign promise for Governor Hope Uzodimma was that he was going to relocate 4,000 Imo youths to Europe and Canada, along with the restoration of the school system. For Kogi State, Governor Usman Ododo was elected on the promise of consolidating the work of the incumbent governor. Now, let's look at the situation status of the states. Okay, well, I mean, in Bayelsa, we can see that they're dealing with floods. Imo State, looting, burning of things. Kogi, election crisis, amongst other things. So what's the way forward? Number one, we have to, improve citizen engagement. Number two, utilize platforms such as shineyoureye.org, Tracker, and OOTC chat box, which is the Office of the citizen chat box. Now, will these assurances just be promises, or will they actually turn into tangible developments?
Very key questions.
Very
like
key.
You always know, we tell you. Enough is enough. They've done something interesting. They have now, you can just scan, if they can project that, you can just scan the barcode to join the WhatsApp group of the Office of the Citizens. It's a WhatsApp channel, right? You can join them just by scanning that barcode, if they can put up the slide. Then also, if you don't have the device to be able to scan this barcode, you can then just say hello to 01700 6381, 01700 006381. So you get to know your elected officials, governors, senators, House of Rep members, State House of Assembly members, local government chairmen, and councillors. All right, so on that note, we'll take a break. Or here's what we first of all found as today's quote. It says, even Jesus Christ cannot conduct free and fair elections in Nigeria.
When I saw that, I said, no, that's taking it too far. No hope again.
And this was from Olusegun Obasanjo. Right, so the build-up of the recent off-season governorship elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi states was marred by signs of potential violence based on historical patterns. Nigeria's security forces failed to uphold laws and order during the electoral process, and several cases of violence were recorded across the state. So today we will continue the conversation on the just concluded elections, and this time around we have with us Kune Lawal, and we're asking, what does this mean for Nigeria? Right? It's important we ask these questions because we asked the same question last Monday. What does this mean for Nigerians? Now, but first, let's quickly run off on a break. When we come back from the break, we'll breeze through what we found in today's news. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
You are still watching Ways. World Children's Day is celebrated on November 20th each year to promote international cooperation, raising awareness among children worldwide, and improve children's welfare. It was first established in 1954 by the United Nations General Assembly. So, we are somebody's children too.
Exactly.
And somebody's child.
In fact, all the human beings in the world.
All the human beings, because you came from someone.
Exactly.
All right, Dee, what did you find for us in today's news?
Okay, so this one is protesters storm PDP headquarters, demand the National Working Committee members' resignation. So just breezing through, this was organized by a group under the aegis of PDP National Backup. Now they arrived at the office, the plaza, Wadata Plaza, and then demanded the immediate resignation of the acting national chairman, Umar Damagum. And this was on the basis of the loss of the 2023 elections. It says PDP National Working Committee, not NWC, must resign. The protesters lamented that the party had been reduced to nothing. The National Working Committee is to be blamed for the party's defeat in the 2023.
I will ask Kune Lawal this question. I'll ask him who is responsible for the defeat of PDP. But let me take my what's in the news. And I think I also want Kune's thought on this, right?
Okay.
So they said state governors sacked by court so far and the reasons. In judgment on Sunday, the Court of Appeal led by Justice Elfreda Williams Dawodu ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to withdraw the certificate of return to Governor Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau. The court declared Netawi Goshwe of All Progressive Congress rightful winner of the March 18 governorship elections, ordering INEC to issue a new certificate of return. Court has also sacked at least 3 governors whose elections were contested by opposing parties and deemed one election inconclusive barely 9 months after the election. So I think the governors that were affected also was governor of Kano State and I forget the other governor now. But I would like to hear Tukunle's thoughts on all of this. But let's take a break now. When we come back, let's have the conversation for the day. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, an election that is seen or perceived as unfair can have a significant impact on citizens, both in terms of their individual rights and the overall functioning of their democracy. Now, when elections are not free and fair, the outcome may not reflect the true will of the people. This can lead to policies that do not address the needs and aspirations of the majority, exacerbating existing inequalities and social unrest. Despite assurances from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of improved elections, the November 11 governorship elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kano states were marred by same issues that plagued the presidential and gubernatorial elections earlier in the year. Voters' registration was chaotic, and there were widespread allegations of electoral fraud. These problems have eroded public trust in INEC and raised questions about the validity of the election results. I mean, you can't miss the very, very, heavily, huge, what's the word now?
Controversy?
No, huge violence that went across even just these 3 states. So tonight we're asking, right, about the just concluded elections. What does this mean for Nigeria with all of these things happening? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. And because our guest is already on Zoom, Kunle Lawal is no stranger to the house. He's a friend of the house, and he needs no introduction. I can say that myself. So Kunle, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Well, it's a pleasure, and I'm already a little scared because I had preceding questions you already
Yes, in fact, that's why I'm cutting to all that drama and just going straight. 2 things for me, Kunle. When I saw the repeated sacking of governors, right? I mean, so I didn't really follow what's it called, Jos.
Yeah.
But Kano State is an what's it called, AMPP state. I mean, what's the name of that party now? NNPP state. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know, what exactly does this mean? Because it seems like every governor that is being sacked is being replaced with an APC governor. Is this what's the word now?
Propaganda.
Is this backed with evidence, clear evidence that these other guys won the elections, or is just because we have an APC central that is making some of these things happen? That's number 1. Number 2, the story that D took, right?
About PDP
losing their elections. Thank you so much for reminding me. Like National Working Committee, come on. Is that the reason for PDP's failure I have my reasons, and I feel like that's not the reason for their failure. But I just want you to quickly touch on those two things before we then dive into the conversation for the evening.
Okay, so not to be emotional about this and to really pay attention to what really is going on, I would say I would consider it quite an emotional response if it's because we have an APC central. I would say each party, of course, is jostling to get into power. But let's look at the case in Kano and Plateau. There are issues with overvoting in some places. And you know, the new rules with overvoting tend to stop people from practicing the old game in which they could just hype up numbers. If those numbers or voting numbers are higher than the total number of accredited voters in that polling unit for that day, INEC under the new Electoral Act 2022 will rule that as overvoting. That is the case for Kano. But the bigger underlying case, which of course will be taken to the Supreme Court, it's clearly the case of whether the present governor, as the governor of the NNPP, whether he actually is a member of the NNPP. Apparently, preceding his primaries, I don't think he had paid for a membership form yet. And it's impossible. So they're challenging, I think, of excuse me, of Section 1771A of the Constitution, in which it determines the person should be a bona fide member of a political party. So it's more on a technicality as regards Kano. So Kano is pushing more on a technicality, and if he's caught in that, there will be no way he will not be taken out. It won't even be a matter of votes. It will be a matter that he has breached the Constitution in him trying to access his, trying to become a governor. Let's also look at Jos Plateau. Nentawe and his lawyers, of course, duly claim that the governor, Caleb Muftang, clearly did not satisfy all necessary protocol before winning his primaries. It is clear beyond reasonable doubt that there was a court order stopping some LG and ward congresses in Plateau State, and this was the anomaly in which the appeal court gave its decision. The appeal court earlier had given a PDP a stand on, I think, a few local governments and ward congresses. Now, if this is not done, that means the people didn't have a complete delegate system. And there's also an argument with the caretaker committee being the one who actually conducted the primaries and not the original state branch. So it means his primaries is null and void, and hence the argument. So Nentawe and his team, as Nentawe is of the APC, is clearly moving on that technicality, not even on a case of voting. So these are complex things that if you actually look at them, and I think Zamfara is around the same lines over voting and technicalities, I feel this has widened our democracy. It's a lot easy to say maybe it's the center playing, but I would rather congratulate the ingenuity of the candidates of Kano of the APC and the candidates of Plateau of the APC for deciding to look within technicalities which actually broaden and open our democracy instead of just arguing the usual voting and stuff. It's the same thing I expected in the presidential election, because clear within the Electoral Act, where it clearly states that if soft copies of membership by parties are not given, that's only soft electronic, and then hard copies are not presented to complete membership registers, no party should go ahead to conduct a convention or a primaries or a congress. Now, 18 political parties did not meet this particular parameter fully, and I thought that's what Atiku and Peter Obi will be heading to court with, to first say everybody actually didn't deserve to even qualify. That would have pushed a new narrative in our democracy, but they wanted to argue votes and, few things which I didn't think would hold water in the Supreme Court. Or in the appellate court and also the Supreme Court, which was what happened. Now, as regards the case in PDP and the issue with Wadata House today, if I'm clear, the national secretary of the PDP was the Imo gubernatorial candidate. I believe he lost that election, and this impasse has started quite a while within the PDP. Let's remember that the massive actions in the PDP were all against a northern presidential candidate, and Atiku Abubakar clinched the ticket, of course, beating a lot of people who disagrees, and hence the factions that you've seen with Governor Sheyi Makinde, former Governor Yesom, or Honorable Minister Yesom Wike, and known as the G5 then, or Tom of Benue State. And, between this, the NWC has had to act. But the present case is that an Okoye is supposed to have been put in, and there's a court order stating that the new national secretary should be put in. But the guy who ran for governor wants to come back as the national secretary and continue within the party. And I don't think this maybe is viable. If you're asking me what exactly went to caused the PDP's problem to their loss in 2019, is that they allowed quite a lot of people disagree. There was Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar as leader, and prospective presidential candidates should call Peter Obi and Kwankwaso to the table and sat down and engaged. PDP lost approximately close to 8 million votes if you take out Kwankwaso and Peter Obi's December. Well, they are leaving the party into cognizance, and 8 million votes is more than enough to beat the incumbent APC. So. For me, I think what destroyed the PDP was more a clash of egos, and they forgot that the goal was to get into the door and not whose name exactly was on the door.
Thank you so much, because I was waiting for you to just land that point well. So when I saw the protest by the National Working Committee, I said, are you guys serious? Right. Because literally, I mean, if you people understood that there was a bigger picture, somebody would have stepped aside and done the right thing, but not the way the primaries went and the emergence of their candidate, right? I think they did not read the times. If they had read the times well, I mean, imagine if they had supported maybe a Kwankwaso and a Peter Obi, towards the running for presidency and all of that. It would have been a different. At least they would have given an APC a run for their money. Yeah. I mean, but we're discussing the aftermath of the elections, right? I mean, they've just been concluded elections in Kogi State. I mean, Senator Dino Melaye did not. There's no form of cartoon and meme I've not seen online, about him ranting and the subsidy, the fuel being poured on him, like literally, right? Kano, Bayelsa, Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo State, right? I mean, I don't think I was expecting anything different from what happened in the presidential elections, but really, Kunle, how, because we've not had this conversation with you, how have you assessed what transpired, right, 2 Saturdays ago, and how are you looking at it, and what does this mean for Nigerians?
Well, for me, first and foremost, the biggest problem for me is that INEC wants to do the same thing and achieve a different result. For me, that's the biggest problem. Issues with delivery, poor training of ad hoc staff, poor security provided. Though security provided was quite better than normal, but INEC, of course, within its guidelines, has stated that we can't have people carrying weapons at polling units. Everybody have to rely on response teams, and there's quite a lot of work done. I would say I would commend INEC also in the same vein, because I would say this is the most secure election in Kogi State's history. Kogi is known for a very, very volatile election, so it's better than the rest. It's not good enough, but it's better than the rest. As regards Bayelsa, close tight game, Imo was done, but if there's anything I noticed, there was always a flagrant display by the incumbent party, even when the governor was stepping down, with a show of power on different things. For me, it was almost appalling to hear the situation in Imo, where Governor Uzodimma, who also won the elections, through the Ministry of his Ministry of Tourism, took over all hotel rooms in the state a week before the elections. I feel this is totally in contravention of, I think, 92(3) of the Electoral Act, which clearly states that no state or its appendages can be used to the advantage or disadvantage of any candidate. If you did that, then that means if INEC wanted a hotel in